Shion. Shion! It's your thorns? But why? You okay? Just now, it looked like you used your maiden powers to suppress your thorns. You can really do that?
Stay out of my way.
Wait a second. Are you planning to go alone?
Shut up!
Why would you do this?
I told you to shut up!
I won't let you.
I mean it.
I refuse to let you.
I won't tell you again. Move or I'll shoot.
If that's the case, then go ahead and shoot me!
Do you remember back when I was stabbed? By Rolron?
Yeah. I thought for sure that he had killed you back there.
That wasn't the first time.
Huh?
The first time was when I was only a child. After that, no matter how often, I just couldn't die.
Couldn't die? So you're immortal? How's that even...
I believe you, Shion. But tell me how is something like that possible?
My thorns. They're me, but at the same time not. They're part of me. I have no idea why, but my thorns will never let me die. At least not before I'm meant to.
You can't die before your death?
When my thorns free themselves, it will be my death. I've seen it. A darkness that swallows up everything until nothing remains. It's a vision of oblivion I can't escape. I want to believe it's all just a bad dream. But no matter what I tell myself, I know it's not.
Yeah, but you... Wait. The whole reason you needed the Renaissance was to get rid of your thorns, right?
If I burn away what's inside, then what will happen to the rest of me? Right. Either way you look at it, I'm going to die. But if I am going to die, I figure I can at least take my thorns out with me. That's what I've been after this whole time.
That's why you turned your back on your fellow Renans and chose to fight with us, isn't it? And while we've all been fighting to keep on living, you have been with us fighting desperately to die.
That was the plan. But then I met all of you. And before I knew it, I didn't want to die anymore.
Shion, don't lose hope yet. We'll find a way to save you. There's still time to.
It's pointless.
Why?
Because the darkness won't just consume me. The truth is, It will consume all of existence as well. It was only a suspicion at first, but ever since the Red Woman triggered my maiden powers, I've been more certain than ever before. It was then that I finally came to realize my powers were holding my thorns in check the entire time. But they don't anymore. Not since Lenegis, when the wedge fell. Every day, I feel the thorn's power growing stronger inside of me. Pretty soon, I won't be able to hold them back anymore. And when that happens,
They will consume all existence.
And that's why you wanted to leave by yourself. You planned to find the Renis Alma on your own and sacrifice yourself to stop the thorns.
but that's too much. It's way too much. When this all began, I didn't care what happened to me or anyone else. And what happened to the Renans or the Danans didn't matter to me at all. I know I have to die, but I don't want to. Not now that I have this. I wish we had never met. Then I wouldn't have to feel this way.
Shion!
Elfin?
Living for the sake of dying is no better than being a slave. How can you endure this?
Elfin.
It's not fair. I don't care what anybody says. I won't let it happen. We can fight this. We'll fight until the end together. Isn't that what you said to me before?
Even if it should mean that it'll be the end of everything else, too?
Shion, what do you want? It's your decision, ultimately. But if you decide not to fight fate, I will. Even if I have to do it alone.
No, you won't be alone. I'll fight as well.
Count me in as well. I want to be a force for good, not hate.
And me too. I meant it with all of my heart when I told you before. Neither of you are alone in this at all.
You guys...
And I, for one, don't believe this venture is without hope.
Huh?
Shion is the descendant of a maiden from 300 years ago. Given the circumstances, it seems very likely that those events have some connection to her thorns. The true nature of which, I imagine we will discover as we make our way to Lenegis and uncover the truth of what's unfolding here.
I take it you mean we might find a way to get rid of her thorns and she'll live?
It's certainly possible. Though I suspect the nature of the Sovereign is connected somehow.
So be it. I've already lost everything I had once. And I won't let it happen again. Shion. No matter what happens from now on, we're right here with you. All of us are. You are not alone.
You guys... You're all so stubborn. Thank you, everyone. For right now, and a little while longer, I just want to hold on to this dream. Or most of all, more than anything else, I want to be with all of you. Lenegis.
The end of the world. It's hard to believe, isn't it?
I believe Shion is telling the truth. What about you?
As a friend, yes, I want to believe her. Everything that's happened seems to point towards some sort of great danger that's lurking ahead of us. Still, it's hard to fathom something that could usher outright doom to the world. That those really are the stakes we face.
No, I understand. Even Shion doesn't seem to know exactly what will happen to bring it all about.
We have so many pieces of the puzzle in our hands, so many clues, yet the complete picture eludes us.
So where do her thorns fit in then?
Well, I imagine they must sit at the very center of it all. You remember the voice we all heard while we were inside the wedge, don't you?
Yeah, I remember. It was the will of Dana's astral energy come to life. Well, that's what we all thought.
Right. And from that, we're able to hypothesize how vast concentrations of astral energy can become sentient. Let's return to when we found Shion in Pelegion. When her thorns went wild, they contained far more astral energy than any mere Renin would normally have inside them.
So you think those thorns might be alive too? That their will is what keeps her from dying? But why would they want to destroy the entire world?
As for that, I really cannot say for certain. Its goals still remain a mystery. It may be a mere fluke that her maiden powers have been able to contain it thus far.
You know, I've noticed since we've met that you like figuring out riddles.
Can you blame me? When one realizes that the world they once thought to be true is but a mere facade, they can't help but seek the truth. Especially when that deception has led to others getting hurt.
Dohalim?
I imagine the remaining pieces of the puzzle that we seek rest somewhere within Lenegis. As for what the final picture will look like, who can say? I think it's best we not dwell on it too much for the time being.
Right.
How you holding up?
Who, me?
Yes, you. You took a hit from those thorns again, didn't you?
Oh, that? That was nothing.
Compared to what Shion's going through, you mean? Still, even if you yourself might be willing to endure that kind of pain, that doesn't mean Shion wants to have to see you get hurt by her thorns, you know?
Yeah, I know. I'll be careful.
Shion doesn't know how lucky she is to have you around, you know? Dashing in to save her at the last minute.
Yeah, very funny.
I'm being serious. You went up and held her close like you still had that mask on, and you didn't even bat an eye. She really needed that. That's what I mean when I said you saved her. Just like you did with the rest of us.
I just want for Shion what we all have. The ability to touch someone without the fear of killing them. Those thorns have robbed her of the kind of everyday things we all take for granted. And it's not right.
You can say that again. It may be normal for us, but that doesn't make it any less special or important for her. I hope she gets what she wants. I have my own dreams, but a world without her, where she dies so we can all survive, isn't a world I want to live in.
Agreed. It's like more and more keeps getting taken from her, and I'm done with it. can't sleep?
After everything we just heard, how could I?
Fair enough.
Shion's had to deal with so much on her own. Even when we were all laughing and celebrating, she just kept quiet and didn't say anything. I thought she was keeping her distance because of her thorns. That it was because she didn't want to hurt anybody by getting too close. I just figured that that was the type of person she was, you know? But it turned out to be none of that. All this time, she felt like she had to die and sacrifice herself for the greater good. But even then, she didn't think she could say anything to us about it.
I know.
She was so alone this entire time. How could I call her a friend and yet be so completely blind to everything she was going through?
I'm sure it made her happy, knowing you were there for her.
You really think so?
Yeah, I do. If she didn't think of us as friends, I don't think she could have ever opened up to us like that. You were a good friend to her before, and you'll be an even better one now.
Yeah, I really hope so. I want to be the best I can for her. When you think about it, we were all alone in our own way. But over time, we've all found ways to let each other into our lives. I hope Shion's able to do that one day too. No, I mean, I hope she's able to do that more. Lots and lots more. I think it'd be really nice if we could all just be there to support each other when it really counts. And forget about our grudges and pain.
Rinwell.
Did you know?
You mean about Shion?
Yeah, I didn't have the slightest idea. I mean, every once in a while I thought something seemed a little off, but I never could have imagined. It's like a completely different world was spinning around me and I couldn't even see it.
You and me both. I mean, I knew something was bothering her, but I could never quite figure out what it was.
You? But you're the one always looking out for her, aren't you?
That's what I thought. But in reality, I didn't understand it all. What I thought was helping and being there for her was actually just driving her into a corner.
At least you figured it out in time, though, right?
I don't think we're out of the woods yet. But yeah, you're right. We brought her back from the edge, and we're going to stop those thorns from taking her. No matter what.
Yeah, with all of us together, there's nothing we can't handle. Shion, the world, we can save everyone. And I mean it when I say we, Alphen.
I know. No lone wolfing it.
Hey, you're the expert on what my dad would say. Do you think he'd pat me on the back or tell me off?
Zephyr, I don't think that he'd have that much to say, to be honest. You're your own man now, Law. And you've already made up your own mind about what you want.
I guess he couldn't say anything even if he wanted to.
Law.
Sorry. I guess those of us amongst the living have enough problems to deal with, don't we? We'll need all our strength to save Shion. I'll probably end up worrying again at some point, but I guess I'll think it over more then. That okay?
Yeah, I think it is. Hey, you doing all right?
I seem to cause nothing but worry. As much as I try to look like I have things under control, everyone still worries about me.
You're not the only one.
Hey, do you remember the first time you said I was your friend?
No? When was that? Sorry, I can't remember.
That's okay. It came so naturally to you, I'm not surprised you forgot. I was different back then. The Danans were not even people to me. and I knew I would always be alone. But in that room with Deadime, when you called me your friend, it just shattered the wall that I'd built up around me. Because until that moment, I'd only seen you as a means to an end. I thought of you as a way to use the blazing sword, and to obtain the Renis Alma. But after that day, one time became two, and before I knew it, you'd made a habit of calling me and Dohalim your friends. It didn't matter that we were Renins. You cared about us as you would any other people. Then, everyone else started to call me their friend too. To think of me as their friend. Before then, I never even dreamed I could have that. I didn't want to die and lose you all. But I also didn't want to live if it meant you would all die in my place.
Shion.
But then, I realized I'd only really been thinking of myself that entire time. After saying how I felt, and hearing what you all had to say, I finally understood that. Don't worry, it's okay. I'm not planning on dying anymore. I've met too many people along the way who I truly care about to give in now. So I'll fight. For Dana and for myself. I'll fight against my fate to preserve our future. And I'll win, come hell or high water. I don't know how we're going to do it, but I won't let the world end because of me.
It's going to be a long, hard road ahead, Shion. Our fight won't be over until everyone, both Danans and Renins, can finally live in peace. But I swear I'll be there with you, until the very end.
Thank you.
Remember what we learned back in Calaglia? There's no wall so high that we can't break it down.
Yeah, I think you may be right about that.
Everyone well rested? Then let's go. We depart for Lenegus.
Everything okay with Hootle, Rinwell? He seems kinda out of spirits.
It must be the heat getting to him. We don't get these kind of temperatures back in Cislodia.
Calaglians born and raised here struggle with it too, so it's no surprise.
Aha! So that's why his plumage is so white. He was born in a winter wonderland.
Actually, Dan and owls absorb the astral energy of whatever land they're raised in. Where they're born doesn't affect their appearance at all. But that's not why he's white. The real reason is that he's still just a baby. Whew!
You mean their plumage changes color depending on where they grow up? Weird.
And with all this traveling we've been doing, it wouldn't surprise me if his wings ended up looking like a colorful painting.
I think he suits his snowy complexion. It'll feel strange to see him change.
How awesome would it be if his head and wings were different colors? And his stomach and sides, like a map of our travels! Ow, lay off, will ya? So much for the heat making him docile!
You've only yourself to blame for that one. Hootle takes pride in his appearance, you know.
Fascinating. An appreciation of aesthetic beauty in an owlet so young.
Dohalim, I think you've drawn his attention.
Finally. If only we could have flown with the wind to get here faster.
Wow! Thank you. What? Great!
Yeah.
Wow.
I wish I could get an examination.
Well, if you say so. Let me see, yes, you're in well, all right?
If only your brain could keep up with your mouth. Finally. If only we could have flown with the wind to get here faster.
Did we really just spend that much money?
That enemy looks strong. I bet it'll be worth our while to fight it.
Think we can take that thing?
No way. Forget about it.
That was quite the little adventure we went on.
Well...
Huh?
Right.
Hmm.
Uh-huh.
Law. Sorry.
Oh?
Thanks.
Looks like you're done here, Alphen.
Yeah. That was too close. I wonder what we'll find out there this time.
Most likely Zeugles, I would reckon.
I mean, other than them. Hey. Yes! I guess.
Huh? Yeah.
Nice.
Hey!
Wow.
What?
How?
Really?
We did it!
Hey! Good grief.
Yes!
It couldn't have gotten far.
If there are still Zeugles on the loose, we'd better hurry.
Yeah.
Isn't that the bull? It's surrounded by Zeugles.
Hey now, no picking on Ab!
I won't forgive you!
Dragon Form!
Not much longer to go!
Come on, one final push.
Let's do this together, Alton!
You're mine! Dragon Form!
Do it! Zolim! This one's got your name on it!
Action to action! Yeah! I guess...
Yes.
Yeah?
Huh?
How?
Hey!
Really?
Hey! Ah! Huh? Good grief. Yeah.
Don't look now, but the animals have come to see you off.
Of course, the only affection I can get is from livestock.
Aww. I think you and them are a match made in heaven.
Hey, look! We've got way more animals!
I never imagined Law would have a knack for husbandry.
Makes sense since they're on the same wavelength.
You're making me blush over here.
Law, maybe you should consider what that statement actually means. Looks like we made it here in one piece.
Okay!
Here we go! I'll do my best! On guard! Plenty left! Look sharp! The power of light! This one's mine! This one's mine! Plenty left! Going in! No chance! Now! On guard! Tiger blade! That's it! The power of light! All right, no chance! I'm ready to go! All right, I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare Demolisher! This one's mine! Tiger blade! Flaming meteor! Look sharp! This one's mine! Flaming meteor! Leave the chargers to me! Plenty left! Tiger blade! Going in! Huh. Tiger blade! Going in! Flaming meteor! On guard! Huh. The power of light! I'm ready to go! This one's mine! Light up the dark! I'm ready to go! This one's mine! Aw, too shy to come over? Here, let me help! Tiger blade! Look sharp! On guard! Huh. Flaming meteor! No chance! Going in! Ah! How do you like being pounded into shape? Plenty left! Tiger blade! I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare Demolisher! This one's mine! Tiger blade! Ugh! The power of light! I'm ready to go! No chance! You're open! Look sharp! Plenty left! Tiger blade! Guardian field! I'm ready to go! Flaming meteor! This one's mine! That's it! Going in! Look sharp! Ha! Tiger blade! This one's mine! Tiger blade! Take this! Look sharp! Plenty left! All right, let me out! I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare Demolisher! Light up the dark! All healed! Crescent moon! Tiger blade! The power of light! All right, let me at him! Guardian! That's better! Going in! The power of light! I'm ready to go! I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare Demolisher! Going in! Tiger blade!
What the? Excuse me!
Yes!
Seriously? I never knew Lagiel could be so intense.
She can get that way where my brother is concerned.
She's not the only one.
Looks like we made it here in one piece.
Oh, wow!
Yeah. Oh?
Are we underground? This looks like the inside of some kind of ancient structure.
It seems likely that we're in a Danon temple. Instead of destroyed, it must have been buried and preserved. Either that, or it was constructed underground to begin with.
Careful! We've got company!
What the? Are those statues moving?
And attacking!
Orochi Spirit!
They've got me in their sight.
I owe you one.
Guarding wind. Caught now!
Talon Hurricane! Orochi's Fury!
Giant instant! Weapon weak.
Crush!
Annihilation!
Coming through! Ha! Melt! Scarlet Inferno!
Here, let me help.
You're mine!
Inspiration!
Here's evil.
Time for one more. I'm on it.
Raging Cascade! I'll heal you all.
Orochi's Fury!
More for the
Dark wind.
Take this!
Magic
Okay,
advance!
here I go.
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! Serpent knuckle! I'm on a roll now!
Orochi's Fury!
Now!
Let's tear him up!
In an instant! Impact Claw! My turn!
First strike!
Orochi's Fury!
You're mine! Lightning orb!
I'm not done! Dragon Swarm!
And thrust!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Here,
Dark wind!
Orochi's Fury!
and thrust!
I'll finish you here and now!
You're mine! Feel
Is this it?
it! You all tucked away!
Talon Hurricane!
Lunar corruption! Alright, it's showtime! Gale force!
Throw away! That frickin' does
I
it!
got it!
Here we go!
I'm not done yet!
Lightning! Downfall!
Dark wind!
Here's a healing art!
I'll smash you!
First aid!
What a
Here I
relief!
come!
Dark
Orochi's
wind!
Fury!
Up here! In here! I will
Over
heal
there!
you all tucked away!
Watch
Do
this!
it! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
There you go, Alvin!
It's time to end this battle!
I'm
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! Talon Hurricane! Rip and tear!
Strike!
Just getting started!
Let's go! Gemini Alpha!
Eat dirt!
Lunar Dragon! A chain between heaven and earth!
Orochi's
A
Fury!
wailing banshee goodbye! Gemini Alpha!
Swallow
And
this!
thrust!
Eagle Assault!
There! Go!
Orochi's Fury!
Downfall! I'm out of ammo!
One hurricane!
Orochi's Fury!
Rip and tear!
Here, lightning is done!
Eagle
Orochi's
Assault!
Fury!
A chain between heaven and earth!
Eagle
Here's
Drive!
evil! A wailing banshee of light! Goodbye! Magic is down! Air thrust! Lunar corruption!
Eat this!
Gemini Alpha!
Hurricane!
Orochi's Fury!
Raging Cascade! None shall escape my judgment! Breath!
Swallow there!
Between heaven and
Orochi's
earth!
Fury!
Ray!
Eagle
A
Assault!
wailing banshee of lightning! Glacial
Eagle
Spear!
Drive!
Here's evil! I'll be saving Freeze Lancer!
You're finished!
Rain down! Here's it!
The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Do it! Jolene!
Light burst forth!
Radiant Citizen! Here's a
My
healing
turn.
art!
Move it!
Why'd you do it?
To stop you dying?
Right.
Do it!
Lock!
Demons descend! Flashing fang! Easy!
Way to go! Here, let me help.
Orochi's Fury!
Tunnel! Light astral now! Instant! Astral energy! Full throttle!
What the hell was all that about? Those things didn't even look alive, let alone like Zoobles.
They were part of these ruins, but it seems the astral energy changed them somehow. If I had to guess, I'd say there's something bigger lurking within that wants us gone from this place.
Whoever or whatever it is must really value its privacy.
Sleep now! Ice tornado! None shall escape my judgment! Gale force! Alright!
Orochi's Fury!
Feel! I'll be still! The freezing
Orochi's
storm!
Fury!
Magic attack!
Take this!
Ice tornado!
Orochi's
The
Fury!
freezing storm! Ice tornado!
Orochi's Fury! You're my...
Steering fluid!
Orochi's Fury!
Mega ray!
Orochi's Fury!
Gemini Aqua!
Here I come!
Here,
It's
let me
over!
help.
Okay, here I go.
I'm on it.
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Will this help? Raging Storm! Healing
Elusive Fury! Okay,
None
here I
shall
go.
escape my judgment!
I don't know what I'd do without you.
I'm not done.
Perhaps now isn't the time?
I really don't.
Elusive Fury!
First aid! Hear me! Flame of Fury! Burning Storm! Chain between heaven and earth!
Elusive Fury!
A wailing Thunder Blade!
You're mine!
Mega Ray! Searing Flame! Reload!
Elusive Fury! I'm on top!
Here's the healing arc! First aid!
Now I can let loose. Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Permanent Render! Mega Ray!
Elusive Fury!
Dragon Swarm!
This isn't ideal. Now!
Look sharp! Lightning Thunder Blade! See that? That training's paying off!
Elusive Fury! In here! I'll be saving this one!
I'll run you through!
Thunderblade! Too much to handle? A chain between heaven and I owe you, Sion. Healing is what my arts do best. All mine can do is cause havoc and destruction.
Here I come! You're
This
finished!
can't be happening.
Stay away! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Ready to go. Dohalim! This one's got your name on it!
Action to action! First strike! Okay, here I go. Okay.
Dance in the wind! Air thrust!
Elusive
A
Fury!
chain between heaven and earth.
You're mine!
Wailing dancing
Elusive
lightning!
Fury!
Please now wield the medicine word. I'll be saving this one. First aid!
Take this!
Coming kid!
Elusive Fury!
Raging
You're
Storm!
mine!
A banana, let's go! Raging Storm!
Elusive Fury! You picked the wrong fight!
Raging Storm!
Elusive Fury!
Magic is it! I can't hold on much longer! Do it! It looks like you got this. Get toasty!
Burn strike!
Right, next one.
Take this!
Already on!
Elusive Fury!
Annihilation! Hurl! Photon! Lightning condensed! Thunderblade! Searing flame! Reload!
Do it!
You're mine! In an instant! Impact block! Not a chance!
Dare you to
It's
try!
over!
Just us! Watch this!
Do it!
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclops! It was nice while it lasted.
This should do it!
Here! Lightning condensed! Out of their way! A chain between heaven and earth.
I'll run you through!
Elusive Fury!
Air thrust!
Here I come! You're finished!
Crumble!
Elusive Fury!
Blow away!
Far beyond the darkest
Here I
stars,
come!
I call
You're
upon
finished!
thee! Lunar corruption! By the
You're
power of
mine!
water!
Elusive
There you go!
Fury!
Don't let up! Stockpile! Eagle Dawn! Vanquish darkness!
Elusive Fury!
Divine! Free! I can do this all day! Here!
Here I come!
My
Take this!
It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire! Radiant here! Lightning condemned!
Orochi's Fury!
Freezing storm!
Take it! It's over!
Infernal tornado! Outstanding form!
Orochi's Fury!
Here!
I have no limits! You'll pay for that!
Talon Hurricane!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
You feel the medicine working. I'll heal you all!
You're mine!
Watch it! Healing circle! No more midnight girl! I'm on it! Annihilate!
Take this!
Mega Ray!
Orochi's Fury!
Mega Ray! Get you off! Here's a healing art! First aid!
Here I come!
Handle this!
Orochi's Fury!
Annihilation!
Burn in hell!
Here's a healing art! First
Orochi's Fury!
Sparkling stars of light! Rain down! Mega Ray! Do it!
River!
Astral energy!
Say no more! Got it!
Well done!
Here I come!
Just what the doctor ordered! Light astral You can feel the medicine working.
Let you all down.
It's over!
First aid! All disasters! I'll bring you back from death to
Take this!
Healing the fury!
Orochi's Fury!
Presentation! What's up, freezing storm?
I'm not done! Orochi's Fury!
Tornado storm! Will this help? Do it!
River!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
I'll heal you
Now!
all!
Here I come!
Anything in order is all mine! Raging
Try harder!
fire!
Not a chance!
I let you all down.
You're mine!
I'm thinking! Raging cascade!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Kizara! Go for it! Prepare to crumble! Here,
Not
let
a
me help!
chance! This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Guys, I'll leave it to you!
Inferno Punch! Ready to go! In here! I'll be staying on this one! Glacier, I'm ready!
There! I'm on it!
Photon Flash!
You're mine! Orochi's Fury!
I hope this medicine Jolene! This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes!
Firmament's
My
Razor!
turn! You're mine! Orochi's Fury!
Instant!
This time!
Feel the medicine working!
Swallow
None
that!
shall escape my judgment!
Burn in hell!
Eagle Assault! I'm just
You're
getting
mine!
started! I can handle it! This world!
Orochi's Fury!
Here comes!
Amazing.
Puddle! Hear me! My astral energy! Raging cascade!
Carve through armor.
You're
Sweet
mine!
growl spear!
You're
Here's
finished!
evil! I'll be saving Super Knuckle! Freeze
Orochi's
laser!
Fury!
Eagle Assault! Steel Force! More lunar corruption! Dance in the lunar breath!
Orochi!
No, my
Fight can't end here!
Action! Annihilation! Air thrust! A chain between heaven and earth! Lunar flat! A wailing debate! Can't be happening!
You're mine!
That's right!
Orochi's Fury!
A chain between heaven and earth!
No! It can't end here!
A wailing Sea of lightning!
I'm gonna need more of that
Divine
medicine.
state! Magic Gazam! Air thrust! Photon! You get the gist! Air! I can't move the chain! You get the gist! In here! Steering flame! This'll pretty easy!
The picture of health.
Just what the doctor ordered!
That did it. There!
Here's a healing art!
You're mine!
First aid!
I owe you one. Is this it?
Take this!
I'm gonna need more of that medicine.
I can carve through armor!
No further! The flame inside me, yours! Be left free!
Card, here! Crossblade!
Roach's fury!
Pain between heaven and earth! First aid!
Eat
Steel
dirt!
lightning! Lunar corruption! Heal!
Roach's fury!
Let's get you out annihilation!
Eagle will do it!
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclo!
I'm ready! Back into the fray!
It was nice while it
Ready
lasted.
to go!
The ancient Danans must have built it to honor the strength of the astral energy that runs through here.
But if that's the case, what does it have to do with that face we saw above ground?
Without further research, I wouldn't be able to say.
It's go time!
There!
Into the shadows! Tempest Measurement! Far enough! It's showtime! Annihilation!
Put you through!
You're mine!
Talon Hurricane!
Roach's fury!
Burn!
Gemini Aqua! Annihilation! Lightning! Dragon Flow!
Here I come!
I'm out of ammo!
It's over!
I'm just getting started!
You're mine!
Healing Circle!
It's over!
First
Here
strike!
I come! The flame inside me!
Hurricane!
Yours! Be let free!
Now I'm real mad!
Take
Annihilation!
this!
Eat that!
Roach's fury!
I'll end you!
Annihilation!
Will they
Here I come!
Here!
Roach's fury!
Healing
Try
Circle!
harder!
Can't be happening here!
You're mine!
You like me again?
Roach's fury!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! Talon storm! Talon hurricane!
Take this! You're
Inferno
finished!
punch!
Banana, let's go!
Roach's fury!
Savage roll!
Pain between heaven and
Talon
earth!
storm!
Eat dirt!
I'll
Roach's
finish you
fury!
here now!
Now!
Surely! Hey! Blow them away!
Now! You're mine!
I'm on it! Talon
Raging
hurricane!
Medicine works. In here!
I can do this all day!
More for the stockpile!
I'm on it!
All disasters made one!
Roach's fury!
Healing Purity! Healing Circle!
Roach's fury!
Strike!
Far beyond the darkest sky! I'm Talon Hurricane!
Next hit!
Move it!
Eagle assault!
Healing Circle!
Here I
Pain
come!
between heaven and earth!
That laser
Try
fire!
harder!
Here's
My
Eagle!
turn!
I really owe you one.
Freeze Lancer!
Roach's fury!
Dance in the wind! Eagle Assault!
Now
Pain
take
between
through!
heaven and earth! A wailing sea of
It's
lightning!
over!
You see what happened there is you crossed me. Shouldn't have done that. Glimmer
Roach's
strike!
I'll
fury!
be saving this one!
Full assault!
No! Can't end here!
I'll smash you!
Rain down and purify all! Healing Circle! I'll bring you back from death's abyss!
So much for sitting this fight out.
That wouldn't be a complaint, I guess.
Nope, that isn't silly.
Let's clear it!
Oh, you are going to pay for that.
I never miss!
Talon hurricane! Inferno
I'll
punch!
bring you back from death's abyss! I'll bring you back from death's abyss!
First
You're
strike!
mine!
Bring you back from death's abyss!
Talon hurricane!
Take this! You're finished!
Ready and ready!
Here's a healing art! Still got the...
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Take it! Here, let me help.
Eat this! The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Tunnel!
Orochi Fury!
Raging Cascade!
Ah!
Hold on to your arm.
Take this!
Here I come!
Ignite! Orochi Fury!
A chain between heaven and earth. A wailing beat now!
Windless! Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis!
Now! Here I come!
Beautiful! Take care of Poodle.
That did it! Far enough! I'm not done! You're mine! The flame inside me yearns to be let free! Dragon Swarm! Orochi Fury!
A new lease on life. Reload! Damn it! Out of ammo!
Take it! Orochi Fury!
Resuscitation!
In a bind?
I can handle it. I'll heal you all.
That's gonna smart.
You're mine!
Healing circle! Raging storm! I'll bring you back from death to this. Just what I needed.
Here I come!
Raging storm!
Orochi Fury!
Xion! Astral energy! Full throttle! A flawless victory. Naturally.
Far enough!
A chain between heaven and earth.
I'm not done!
A wailing
Orochi Fury!
Hear me! Flame of fury! Here! Burning strike!
Ah! Burn!
Where's the evil?
Take it! I'm not done! Orochi Fury!
Tempest swirl! Whoa! Hey! One at a time! Corruption! Tunnel! Light as the power of water! This one's mine! A chain between
Take
heaven
it!
and earth. Blah, blah,
It's
blah.
over! Orochi Fury!
In here! Glacial spear!
you
Here's
require
the
a
evil! This'll come in handy! Freeze lantern!
Here I come! I'm ready! Dragon Swarm!
Raging storm! Alright! Glacial spear! Take care! Poodle!
This should do it! Take this! Orochi Fury!
Glacial spear! Here's the evil!
Take this! Ah! Orochi Fury! Try
I'll
harder!
bring you back from
My
death's
turn.
abyss.
Orochi Fury!
Resuscitation! Into the
That's
shadows!
gonna smart.
This can't be happening.
Chinese!
Here I go! Flame inside me yearns to be let free!
I hope this medicine works this time.
Chain between heaven and earth.
No escape!
A wailing banshee of lightning! Resuscitation!
Orochi Fury! Can't move!
Healing circle!
I'll bring you back from death to this.
Inspiration! Time for one more.
Between heaven and earth.
This one's mine.
I'm sorry to be a father.
We've all got enough on our plates.
Yes, ma'am.
Ray!
This should do it!
Watch this!
I'm not ready!
I'll crush you! Ah! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! Swallow dance! I'm just getting started!
Strike! Orochi Fury!
Do it!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade! Now! Take it! Orochi Fury! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
I lost my focus!
It's all mine! Orochi's Fury! Here I come! It's over! Orochi's Fury! Take this! You're finished! Dragon Form! Orochi's Fury! You're mine! You're mine! Orochi's Fury! You're mine! You're finished! You're finished! Orochi's Fury! Take this! Here I come! Orochi's Fury! Orochi's Fury! It's over! Take this! Orochi's Fury! You're finished! Take this! You're mine! It's over! Orochi's Fury!
Hear me! Flame of Fury! Burning Strike! Glacial Spear! All
Take this! Take this! Orochi's Fury!
Nail Struck! Here I go!
Orochi's Fury!
I'm out of ammo! Blow away! Annihilation!
Take this!
These fists have got your name on them!
Orochi's Fury!
None shall escape my judgment!
Take this! It's over!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! I'm on it! I'll run you through!
Here I come! It's over! Orochi's Fury! Here I come! Orochi's Fury! Orochi's Fury!
Annihilation! Gusty Nail!
It's over! Here I come!
Do it! Get toasty!
Burn Strike! My turn!
By the power of
Orochi's Fury!
It's
this it?
In here! Eagle Assault! Gemini Aqua! Eagle Fly! Firmament Render! Lunar Corruption! Squall! I can do this all for this! Burn! Annihilation! Powered Hurricane! Eagle Fly! I'm all stuffed up!
All good things come to an end.
Powered Hurricane! Freezing Storm! There's not enough time to heal everyone!
So what do we do? Play dead?
Shut up and be more defensive!
I'm not done yet!
Finally. If only we could have flown with the wind to get here faster.
Hello. I see. Oh. What?
Oh?
I see.
Yeah.
But why Volron's whereabouts? Don't they know where their own sovereign is?
Considering we've come across him the world over, he's likely been operating on his own for a while now.
Maybe even his own subordinates were just toys to him.
You guys want to rest here?
Want something to munch on, Hootle?
Good food is the best kind of magic.
Rinwell, mind if we chat a little? What's wrong? You're looking pretty down. Something on your mind?
Yeah, you could say that. It's just, well, there's something that's been eating away at me for a long, long time. Do you mind if I share it with you?
Of course not. I'm glad to listen.
See, my mom and dad used to tell me I shouldn't go around casting magic. But there was one time I did, behind their backs. And when I did, Almadria showed up.
Huh?
I hated Almadria for destroying everything I loved. But what I hated most was myself. For breaking my promise to my parents. Even though I swore I'd get revenge, there was always this nagging part of me that wondered if I even had any right to do so.
Rinwell, it was Almadria who killed your family. Don't torment yourself over one mistake.
How can you say that when my mother and father died because of me?
This may not comfort you much, but I'll say it anyway. I have a feeling your parents always knew something like that might happen.
What do you mean?
There was always a chance that someday, someone was going to find you and your family. But even knowing the risks, they still taught you magic. And there are two reasons I can think of for that. First, your talent. Second, they were hedging their bets.
Huh? On what?
On you, Rinwell. On how you turn out when you grew up. Sure, learning magic may invite danger, but it would have been even more dangerous to live in hiding without being able to defend yourself. They knew what they were getting themselves into when they taught you magic. And I think they did it because of how much they loved you.
Because my mother and father loved me.
Sorry, I know I shouldn't be putting words into your parents' mouths.
No, it's okay. I used to think I would have been better off if I never knew how to use magic. And if I'm really honest with myself, sometimes I still think that. But after traveling around with all of you guys, I've learned that there are things I can do with magic. That there's a point to it after all. So I'm going to keep trying. I'm gonna try and accept it as part of who I am. I want to use it to protect my friends. To protect the future of Dana. Do you think that's selfish of me?
Not at all. I wouldn't want it any other way with you, Rinwell.
Night, everyone! Another day, another Gald.
What? What? All right.
Huh?
What?
All right.
We finally made it.
No way.
Well...
That can't be.
Sure.
Agreed. I must say, I wasn't expecting you to be the one to spoil their reunion.
Well, it was the same with Alphen and Shion. Too much affection can be hard to bear. In fact, you look sort of pleased, Dohalim.
I have the privilege of witnessing their new start together. Few things can mar such joy.
What if it were you?
What indeed?
Think we can take that Zoogle?
If you're gonna fight it, I'll cover you.
Gotta break through!
Alright, they're hiding his armor. Do it!
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone! I'm almost impressed.
Blood rays coming from you. Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade! This could be useful.
That was quite the little adventure we went on.
Finally. If only we could have flown with the wind to get here faster. What's that huge Zoogle over there?
Stay far away from that thing, Rinwell.
No choice.
Lunar corruption! Lunar breath!
Here I come!
I think I'll pass on the handshake. I'll heal you
Here I
all!
come!
Go for the weak point!
Not today!
I don't know what I'd do without you.
Perhaps now isn't the time?
I really don't.
Wailing Banshee of Lightning! Divine
I owe you one. Take this! Move the gate!
I'm in the groove! Here, let me help. Here's the
Take this! Move the gate!
Glimmer Dance in the wind! Air corruption! Magic Command! Thunderblade! Into the shadows!
You're mine!
Divine Savior!
You're finished!
Talon Storm!
Take this! I'm not done! Crumble! This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield is for. Get behind me.
Got it! I'll leave it to you! Ignite! You're mine!
Here's a healing arc.
Amazing.
First aid.
That's right. I'll finish you here and now.
Arrow squall. One more time. Here's a healing arc. First aid.
Okay, here I go!
Wind and corrosion. Raging lunar blast.
Take it!
Here's a healing arc. A whirling frenzy of lightning. Divine speed.
Evil Prime.
Here I come! You're finished!
Denied.
Gemini Alpha.
Take this!
Swallow this.
Raging storm. It looks like you got this one covered. Lightning condemned. A chain between heaven and
Now I
earth.
can let loose!
So much for sitting this.
It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire! Lunar blast! Far beyond the darkest sky!
You're mine!
Now you see what I can do.
The flame
None
inside!
shall escape my judgment!
Burn in hell!
Blow away.
Orochi Fury!
There you go! Don't let up!
Eagle assault.
Annihilation!
You're mine!
By the power of catch it out of this.
Chinese supernova! To the wind!
Denied.
Annihilate! Leave now!
Orochi Fury!
Outstanding form!
What's this?
I'm not done!
Here!
Here I come!
Terminated render!
You're finished!
Damn it! Back into the fray!
You're mine!
Take
Orochi Fury!
Reload!
Talent Hurricane.
Here, let me help. Last aid!
You're mine!
Time for one more. Prepare to be sealed. I can do this all day.
This one's all mine! Not today!
Dragon Steel. Rip and tear.
Orochi Fury!
Eagle assault. Talent
You're
Hurricane.
finished! Dragon Swarm!
Oh, now you're talking.
Take it! No escape!
Unwilling frenzy of lightning!
Perfect knuckle.
Try harder!
Do it.
Now!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade! You're mine! You're finished! I'm on it!
Lightning Orb! Ice Tornado! Lightning
Orochi
Blast!
Fury!
Thunder Blade! Cyanid! Watch and sweep!
I'll finish you here and now.
Keep calm and take them down!
Eagle fly. Talent storm. Watch it.
Try harder!
Rain down!
Far enough.
Searing flame! Here's the
Orochi
healing
Fury!
arc! First aid!
I owe you one!
Eagle assault.
A wailing dancing of lightning!
Fury!
Here's evil!
Talent hurricane.
Divine Blazer! Blah blah blah! That's it!
It's on! You picked the wrong fight!
Now I'm in the groove.
Healing circle!
Orochi Fury!
Raging storm!
Thanks!
Why'd you heal me?
To stop you dying? Here! That'll bring you down! A chain between heaven and earth! Blah blah blah!
Nothing gets
Ah! I won't lose. Not now, not ever. Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Orochi Fury! Try harder!
Dance in the wind! Help air thrust! I won't give up!
Stay away from my friend!
They're not playing around! It's about to strike!
Look sharp, everyone! The flame inside me yearns to be let free! Eat this! You're mine! You're finished! Orochi Fury!
Talent hurricane.
Hurricane!
Orochi's Fury!
Got it!
Orochi's Fury!
Now's our chance!
Escape! Orochi's Fury!
I'll finish you here and now! Glimmer Dragon!
Wind after lightning condense! Stun arch requires healing.
Thanks, Shion.
Be careful not to
The
overdo it.
enemy is going
side.
all out!
I'll do better.
Here's a healing arc!
You'll pay for that!
I'll bring you back from Death's Abyss! I'll bring you back from Death's Abyss! I never miss! That's quite...
Try
I'll
harder!
bring you back from Death's Abyss!
Burn in hell! I'm not done!
Lightning orb! Raging cascade!
Orochi's Fury!
The finishing blow!
You'll need to beat me to it, kid.
I'll take on that challenge!
A wailing Dancy
Now or never.
Seal! Searing flame!
I'll run you through
Searing
tonight!
flame! Reload!
Shattering our pieces!
Orochi's Fury!
Here goes!
Inferno punch!
I'll heal you all! Light after raging cascade! Fred! In here!
Ah!
Healing circle! Get out there with the others! None shall escape my judgment! The enemy is going all out!
Dragon Form!
That move!
Dragon Form! Here comes the big one! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Not done yet!
Let me help!
Here I come! You're finished!
All day!
Lightning
Eat
orb!
this!
Searing flame!
Pistol!
Here's a healing arc!
Not today!
They'll find what you won't do! Watch this!
No escape!
Anything in armor!
Orochi's Fury!
Raging charge! Will this help? Flawless flight!
Talon Hurricane! Eagle Fly!
Flawless
Talon Hurricane!
Searing flame! Reload! Raging ammo! First aid! Seal! Back into the fray! Annihilate!
Orochi's Fury!
Mega ray!
Try harder! My turn! You're mine!
Dragon shell!
Orochi's Fury!
Far enough! Gemini Aqua! Talon Storm! Heal!
Orochi's Fury!
Healing circle!
I could do this all day!
I owe you, Xion. Healing is what my arts do best. Can't be all mine can do is cause havoc and destruction.
No escape! This one's all mine! Try harder! You're mine! Ha! You picked the wrong fight!
The enemy is going all out! Seal!
Not my finest!
It's gonna attack!
Right, watch out! I'm ready. Wind after...
Look sharp!
Lightning Tiger Blade!
Hey! Poodle's quivering! I think we're about to be real lucky!
Right, here goes!
Whoa!
Much better.
Here I come!
I can't hold on
Charge like
much
that
longer!
could easily be fatal.
Just as well. I really owe you. I'm sorry to be a bother.
I've used a bit too much healing. I won't forgive you!
Take this! Dragon Form!
Talon Hurricane! Didn't even break a sweat.
I think it's safe to rest here now.
Right.
Afraid not.
Right.
Yeah!
Looks like we get to sleep with a roof over. Our heads. We've reached our destination.
Right, here goes!
Primed and ready!
Dragon Swarm!
No further! First strike! Talon Hurricane!
Not again!
Anything in order!
Dragon
Roll
Swarm!
on!
Keep up with the wall!
Didn't even break a sweat.
Get lost!
Far beyond the darkest sky, I call upon you!
I can shatter any steel!
Eagle annihilation!
Fine free! What did they just do?
Sia, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done.
I'll smash you!
Banshee of lightning! None shall steal my judgment! Get on in there with the others!
Now I'm in the groove! Big flash!
You're mine!
Lightning storm!
It's time! It's over!
Talon Hurricane! Oh, now you're talking!
Ignite!
Eagle Assault!
It's over!
The waters of Creep
It's finished!
Let's do it!
You're mine! Dragon Swarm!
By the power of Fire! A wailing banshee of lightning! Divine Savior! Your fist in the wheel!
Rip it tear! Anything in armor is all mine! Now you see what I can do!
Here!
Lightning Fury!
Watch the raging cascade! Spread! Sleep now! Enter the shadow the stockpile!
You're mine!
Dragon Shell!
This one's all mine!
Lightning condemned!
Here
Radiant
I go!
Thunder Blade!
Burn in hell!
Now Dragon Shell! Burn!
I'm not done!
Outstanding form!
It's over!
Inferno Punch!
You're mine!
Rousing Fury! Back into the fray! Air thrust! Mega ray! Let's tear him up! Heaven and earth! Annihilation! A wailing banshee of lightning! Burning! Divine Savior! Magic is over! Feel! Here I go! Get on in there with the others!
Eagle Assault!
This one's mine.
Got it!
You're mine!
Now's our chance!
Fury!
Too much to handle?
dragon! Into the shadows! Do it!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Searing shadow! Hitting fire! Burning strike! Glacial steel! Piercing hurricane!
Orochi's Fury!
Bullseye! Solid storm! They're not playing around! None shall escape my judgment! Dragon Shell! All disasters made one!
Here comes something big!
Try to dodge! Dragon Shell! Glitter Dragon! I'm out of ammo! All disasters made one! Come forth, the helix of purity! Dragon Shell!
Easter! Burn!
Lunar
The enemy
corruption!
wields arts too.
We'll soon see about that! It looks like you got this one covered!
Dragon Swarm!
It's a raging storm! Sleep now!
Lewis Kick! Orochi's Fury! Burn! It's over!
Primed and ready!
Swallow Dance!
I can do this all Where are you going?
Take this! Orochi's Fury! Go away! It's over! Try harder! My turn!
Glacial Steel! Glitter Dragon! I'm on a roll now! Armor won't save you!
You're mine! It's on! Orochi's Fury!
Mega Ray! Glitter Dragon!
Now, while it's reeling!
Take it down! There you go! Don't let up! Is it in the sky? Not long to go now.
You picked the wrong fight!
Thanks! Come on! Let's see when you get in there and finish this fight! Mega Ray!
Orochi's Fury!
Vanquish darkness!
Take this! Swallow Dance! You're finished!
Take it! One more! That'll bring you down! Eat this! The freezing darkest skies! I call upon freedom! Confiscated!
Take this!
Firmament render!
Orochi's Fury!
Roll! Auto squall! Counter attack! Another fly! Raging hurricane! Glacial fly! Piercing thunder!
Orochi's Fury!
A wailing banshee of lightning! Sealed! It's over! More for the stop!
You're mine! Orochi's Fury! This one's all mine!
Glitter Dragon! Alright! It's showtime! They're not playing around! Radiant Blast! There! One more! Look here! I jumped in the storm! None shall escape my focus! Raging Cascade!
Burn it
Hold on
out!
to your arch! Here I come! Will this help?
You're mine! Orochi's Fury!
Heal now!
In an instant! Impact Block!
Hey, I'm pretty lucky.
No choice! You're mine! Dragon Swarm! Not a chance! You're mine! Dragon Swarm!
Ray! Flying streak!
The heavens must be smiling.
Always good to be back in familiar territory.
Oh, yeah!
Huh?
Hey! What? Huh? I'm skeptical. Is that...
What? Hey!
What?
What's going on here?
Oh, come on.
Huh?
What was that all about?
He just thinks something's going on between me and Rinwell. And Rinwell being Rinwell took it the wrong way. Which means now I'm getting an earful from both of them.
That really didn't explain anything.
That was quite the little adventure we went on.
Want something to munch on, Hootle?
This shall suffice. Please, everyone, have as much as you like.
Wow, that's some weird-looking meat you're cooking up there. What is it exactly?
That would be grilled rapig.
What?
Whoa there! What's the big brouhaha?
It's Rapig! How could you cook something with such cute little eyes? What did it ever do to you?
I fail to see what the problem is. Rapigs are perfectly edible creatures. Having said that, I do realize it's become rather rare to eat them lately. What with people increasingly embracing them as pets and companions.
They definitely didn't fall out of fashion to eat because of their flavor, that's for sure.
Agreed. Rapigs have tender, fatty meat. The taste can take some getting used to, but I would argue that's part of its charm.
If the taste is too strong, I imagine you can either just cook it thoroughly or simmer it with some herbs to mask it.
Indeed. At first I wasn't sure whether to smoke it with spices or simmer it in water, but I opted to grill it as is instead.
Seriously, Halim? You have the weirdest tastes.
That's probably because when you live the life of a lord, you grow tired of most ordinary cuisine.
So you end up seeking out more unusual food. I don't know if that's good or bad.
Well, putting aside what it used to be, you've got to admit it does look pretty damn good. Meat is meat, after all.
That reminds me. I do believe I once read in a book about rare delicacies, how one can go about preparing an owl. I suppose I won't have the chance to try it anytime soon.
Not with Hoodle, you won't!
Good night, everyone.
Days like this are perfect to curl up with a good book.
Yeah, tell me about it.
What in the world would you do with a book?
Hey, the pictures can teach a guy a lot.
That's a big Zoogle.
Yeah, I'm not sure we can take it.
No choice.
Here I go! I never miss! Target shell! They may look cute and power, but they're vicious! Let's get you up!
Pesky airborne scoundrels!
Sounds like a job for yours truly! Arrow squall! A tornado! A freezing storm! Lightning possessed! Ice! Tornado!
Here I come!
The enemy feels us too.
We'll soon see about that!
Now I can let loose.
I don't know what I'd do without you.
Astral energy!
Say no more. Shut!
Well done!
You're mine!
Spirit play! Reload! I'm out of ammo! Sleep now. Get on in there with the others. Oh, sparkling stars of light! Rain down!
Ignite!
Purify all!
You're mine!
Now,
Fury!
I'm all stuck up!
hurricane!
Nebula ray!
Let's tear him up!
Glacial spear! Pierce evil! Rain down and bulldozer! I never miss!
Eagle assault!
Searing flame! Reload! Eagle throw! Healing arc!
Dragon
Here
form!
goes! Mega ray! Divine ray! Too much to handle!
Dragon shell! Rip and
None shall escape my judgment! Here goes! Dance in the wind! struggle. I'm only getting started. In here. 7-eye hallway.
In a bind?
By the power of heaven and earth. Here's a healing art. Lunar corruption. Between heaven and earth. A wheel of sword. It's weakened.
This ends now!
Infernal punch.
Tear!
By the power of the wind. In here. Let's get you all tucked away. Glacial spear. Here's the evil. If it's in the sky, one more time.
Quiver blade!
You're mine! Now we're not. Thunderbolt! Hammy, flame of fury!
You're mine! Dragon Swarm! Burn in hell! Orochi's fury!
Equal assault! I'm just getting started! Oh, now you're talking!
A chain between heaven and earth. A wailing banshee of lightning!
I hope this thing is medically approved!
Let me get on in there with you. I'm only getting not on my watch!
Eagle assault!
By the chain between heaven and earth.
I hope this thing
A
is
wailing
medically
banshee of lightning! Divine savior! Now
Orochi's fury!
Thanks, Shion.
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry. We'll do better.
You see what happened there as you crossed me? Shouldn't have done that. Time for one in a bind. The picture watch this. I'll crush you. Lightning reflexes. Tenebrous claw.
The flame inside
Do
is
it!
yours to remove!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
Lunar corruption!
Dragon Shout!
Infernal punch! Dance in the wind!
Plasma
Air
shock!
thrust!
First strike!
Proton blast! Arc shield! You get out of the way!
This is looking good!
Divine savior! Here's a healing art!
You're mine! Okay, here I go!
Glacial spear! Here's evil! Lightning condemned! It's about to strike!
Look sharp, everyone!
Healing in here!
Pain.
I'll be saving this one!
Now I'm in the groove.
Here's our blast! Whoa! Hey! One at a time! Annihilation!
You're mine!
Crossblade!
Dragon
Now
Swarm!
for something special!
Technology!
Blah, blah, blah. A freezing storm! You get this! And tornado! This one's mine!
Now I'm in the groove.
Glacial spear! Here's the
Dragon
evil!
Swarm!
Powered hurricane.
Freeze wind now!
Infernal punch.
Hammy! Magic! Glacial spear! Here's the
You're
evil!
mine! Strike! Dragon Swarm!
Rain down!
You're mine!
Escape my
Dragon
judgment!
Swarm!
Eagle off my focus.
Ray! Art expert coming through!
I hope this thing is medically approved.
Eat dirt!
Permanent render! Radiant
Take that knife! Orochi's fury!
I'm on it.
First aid!
Thanks!
Infernal punch.
May 1,000 gales ready for play! Gusting Aqua!
That's much better.
Freezing storm! Oh, violent starting wind! And ready! Card now through all! In here! Here's a healing art! Get on in there with the others! They're not playing around! None shall escape my judgment! Not on my watch!
Inspiration.
Chain between heaven and earth! Let me help! Away! Banshee of lightning! Down!
Eat this.
In here!
Hurricane. The finishing blow.
You'll need to beat me to it, kid.
I'll take on that challenge.
Card! There you go! No, no, no! One more time! Dance in the freezing storm!
Take it!
I hope this thing is medically approved! All guitars made one!
You'll pay for that! You're mine!
Searing
Dragon Swarm! This one's all mine! You picked the wrong fight!
Tornado! Chain between heaven
You're
and earth!
mine! Dragon
A
Swarm!
wailing banshee of lightning! Divine savior!
Orochi's fury!
Resuscitation! Here's a healing art! First aid! Lightning condemned! Hurricane! Another wailing banshee of lightning! They're not playing around.
Here comes the big one!
Here goes! Lunar corruption! Oh, sparkling stars of light, rain down in our Not in your dreams!
It's over!
Here!
Orochi's fury!
One at a time!
Orochi's fury!
Now! Sealed! Let's get you all tucked away.
Hold nothing back!
Sorry.
Oh, you are gonna pay for that!
You're mine!
I'll bring you back from
Blast the shot!
Nice while it lasted.
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
I've still got some fight left in me.
Totally! In an instant! Impact Rock!
They really made us work for that one.
We've reached our destination. Sure.
Right!
Hey!
Yeah! We finally made it.
You can never be too prepared. But did we...
I've got a good amount of info on our enemies written down now.
That's wonderful, Rinwell. I'm sure that data shall prove most useful.
I like to think so. If there's anything you want to know, just ask.
Well, guess I'm off to bed. I think we've rested long enough. Let's keep moving.
Something feels odd here. Be on your guard.
Guess I misread the landing.
That thing looks like trouble.
Quite. I doubt we'd fare well against it.
An opponent like this should be easy.
By the power of stars and light!
Run you through! I'm not done! Orochi's fury!
Flame of fury! In here!
You're mine!
I'll heal you
It's
all!
over! Try harder! Ignite!
Healing circle!
Dragon form!
Why'd you heal me?
To stop you dying?
It's showtime! Flame of fury! Blaze of fear! Here's the evil! Here I go! Blaze of fear! Here's the evil!
Take this! Try harder!
Will this help?
Strike!
Shooting star!
Try harder! My turn!
Air thrust!
Take this!
So much for sitting this fight out.
That wouldn't be a complaint, I hear.
Nope, that'd be silly.
Now I can let loose. I won't lose. Not now, not ever.
I'll heal you all! Dragon show! Lightning
I owe you one.
Thunderblade!
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry. I'll do better. Now! Take it! Dragon form! The big Joe!
By the beyond the target!
Burn in hell! You're mine! Prepare to be sealed! Dragon no further!
Eagle assault! Lightning hair!
Dragon form!
Healing circle!
Okay.
Thanks for the healing. Watch yourself, okay? Yeah, you too.
Please focus!
I hope this thing is medically
Take
true.
this! Dragon form!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! Eat this!
Here's a
You're done! Eternal devastation!
I'm just getting started.
light asteroid now!
Thrust more! Look sharp! Lightning tiger blade! You're mine!
Here's a healing
Dragon
arc!
Swarm!
First aid!
Ferocious Fury!
They're not playing around! Here's the evil! Freeze Lancer!
I hope this thing is medically
Here's a healing arc! First aid!
It's gonna attack!
Right, watch out! Can't be happening!
You'll pay for that!
Vanquish darkness!
No further!
Eagle Assault! Inspiration!
Light acid raging cascade! Ready to go! Dance to the front!
Not today!
Air thrust first aid!
Here I come! Dragon Swarm!
I'd let you all down.
Here I come!
First aid! I'll bring you back from death to bit!
Try harder! Not a chance! Strike!
Resuscitation! Here's a healing arc!
Not done yet! Do you require a hand? You're finished!
Talon Hurricane!
Radiant Pierce! Tempest Whirl!
That's much better.
Cyber!
Talon Hurricane!
Go get it!
Glimmer Blade!
Radiant Cascade! First aid! A chain between heaven and earth!
Inferno!
Into the shadow! A wailing in here! Searing flame! Reload!
The picture of hell.
Cyan Instant!
Can't get out of this!
By the power of water! Lightning Orb!
Surfing Knuckle!
Take care! Will this help a little? Eagle!
Stay away from my friend!
Healing Circle!
Burn!
I'll bring you back from death to bit!
Dragon Swarm!
I won't give up!
You're finished! I have no limits! Here I come! You're finished!
Here we go again!
Spread!
Here I
Between
come!
heaven and earth!
Dragon Swarm!
A
Inspiration!
wailing Genji of lightning!
Do this all day!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Will this help? Thunder Field! Healing Circle!
That is fun. I'm sorry to
The
be
enemy
bothered.
is going
We've
all
all
out!
got enough on us.
Yes, ma'am.
Let me help! Art Seal!
Take this! No! Can't end it!
Here comes something big!
Try to dodge!
Not my fight.
If it's in the sky, it's mine!
You're finished!
That's a bit! Please now!
Get out of this!
Resuscitation! You all
Take
out
this!
the way! I can feel the medicine working!
Ferocious Fury!
One more time!
You're
Do
mine!
it!
Totally!
You are gonna...
In an instant! Impact Rock!
Ready to go!
Now! You're my first strike! You're mine!
Flame of Fury! Burning
Here I come! Dragon Swarm! Strike!
Freeze Lancer! Chain down and fury!
Lay inside me yearns to be let free! It's time! Not today!
Meteor Storm! Dance in the wind!
Take this!
Air thrust! I can feel the medicine working.
You're mine! Dragon Swarm!
Glacial
Fury!
Fury! Here's the evil! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Here's a healing arc!
You're mine! It's
Lightning
over!
condensed! Thunderblade!
Rotate
Between heaven and earth! Flame! Oh, they're not playing around! Let me help! First aid! A freezing storm! Just let the marksman handle this!
First strike!
I'll heal you all! That move!
Here comes the big one!
I won't give up! Let's go! Take some! Magic is there! Air thrust!
Take this!
I can feel the medicine working.
Take this! Dragon Swarm!
Will this help?
Crumble!
Tempest Whirl!
Storm!
Healing Circle!
Blow away!
The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Lunar Corruption! Crossblade!
Dragon Swarm!
Water!
Eagle Assault!
Almost there! Oh, close enough. Take it away, Long.
I thought you'd never ask. Now you see what I can do!
I'll heal you all! I can't heal you forever! Back into the fray!
I don't know what I'd do without you.
Perhaps now isn't the time?
I really don't.
Thunderblade! A
chain between heaven and earth.
I'll bring you back from death.
A wailing banshee of lightning.
Resuscitation!
They're not playing around. There. I'll be taking this one.
Blow away!
It's about to strike. I'm all crushed up.
Look sharp, everyone!
Annihilation.
That freaking does
Lightning condemned.
In a bind?
Too much to handle. Chain between heaven and earth.
Pull my
Wailing banshee of lightning. Here. Sleep now. By the power of flame. Finish without a break.
Do it! Run well!
Demon's descent.
Flashing bang!
The astral energy is surging around me.
How do you even know about all that astrally stuff?
Same way I know what you do in the middle of the night.
What? Are you serious?
That was quite the little adventure we went on.
Right.
Good. You don't say.
Right.
Agreed. That treasure. What a sweet-sounding ring it has.
You really think so?
see what's going on around here.
Yeah, there might be someone who...
Why?
Oh! Yes. Well... Yes!
My thanks.
I can't say I'm impressed. You're making promises too freely. And that last exchange...
Niez is beset with grief. As a responsible Renin, it falls to me to extend my hand.
I don't think it should be your burden to take on.
Yeah,
I see. Good.
well... Oh!
Good.
Yeah.
I see.
Really?
What?
Yeah. Well... Those three seem to get along so well. Was it really right for them to separate?
It was his choice. and he ultimately chose the lady over his friend. I can only hope this helps her in her recovery.
Look! It's all the owls we found. I guess this was their way of thanking us for finding them.
It looks like they're grouping up by color. Is that a thing?
Actually, the color of Dan and Owl's feathers is based on their maturity and their astral energy element. So maybe they stick to certain groups even if they all belong to the same kingdom.
Then I guess that means we can tell just how many owls we found in each domain.
They seem to be saying something.
Maybe they're thanking us for finding their buddies. Then again, maybe they're telling us that we have more owls to find.
I think the Queen is protesting that they shouldn't put undue pressure on us.
Maybe he's arguing back that we're the only ones they can actually turn to?
Right. Which is why the Queen is worried about sowing any ill will with us.
We'll do our best, so don't worry, I think.
Can you understand them?
Of course not. I'm just inferring. For some reason, when I hear them talk, that's just what I imagine them saying.
Oh, well, I think you're pretty close to the mark at least.
Well, don't worry about it. We're not breaking our backs over this. I think that was a thank you.
Seems like it, from both of them.
Hootle seems happy with this. Isn't that nice, Rinwell?
Huh? Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Looks like we got another reward.
I didn't realize that so many still remained. Dan and Owls truly are majestic indeed.
I thought the Dan and Owls had all but died out myself. That's what I get for making assumptions.
Just so we're clear, this place is supposed to be a secret.
Yes, I'm aware. Places like these should be kept out of the public eye.
It's a pity, though. With proper training, they could be made into a magnificent chorus.
What are they hooting about now?
Alphen and Xion can interpret for us, right?
Huh? Oh, no, I mean, it was just a lucky guess last time.
Yeah? Maybe you'll be lucky twice. Go on, give it a shot.
Really? Well, if you say so. Let's see. Listen to them. Are they really up to the task?
What do you mean? You're the one who put them in charge.
It's my responsibility to protect our friends.
Stop trying to take everything upon yourself.
This is what the owls are saying?
Of course.
I must say, though, we've found quite a number of owls. It's a testament to how much you care for Hootle, Rinwell.
I wonder which branch Hootle will perch on.
Rinwell?
Oh, nothing. Don't mind me. Well, come on. The perches are only half filled. We've got to find the rest of the owls.
Hoo-hoo. Hoo-hoo.
Huh?
Yes!
Huh?
Well...
So then, my thanks.
I still can't believe Deadeye was caring for these owls. Maybe he really was a nice guy once.
People are not born immutable. They change. And not always for the better.
This time it was for the better, though.
Indeed.
We finally made it.
What do you want to do about that big one?
Let's take it down.
Don't get careless.
When did I get
I'm not so good with airborne targets.
Inferno punch! Hit a word!
I never miss!
Air thrust! A chain between heaven and earth. A wailing banshee of light! Dance in the wind! Air thrust!
Now or never.
A chain between heaven and earth. A wailing banshee of lightning! A freezing storm!
No further!
Magic is there! Air thrust!
Try harder! Not a chance!
Here!
Try harder! My turn! Here I come! This one's all mine!
Chain between heaven and earth. A wailing banshee of light! Raging cascade!
Here I come!
Dance in the wind!
Finish you here and now!
A chain between heaven and earth.
Dragon Swarm!
A wailing...
Thanks, Shion.
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry. I'll do better. Take this! You're mad!
Air thrust!
Turn up the
Astral of raging cascade!
Here I come!
Magic is there! Air thrust! Burn! Photon!
It's time!
Dragon Shell!
I never miss!
Eternal devastation! Here I come!
Glitter Dragon!
What's this?
Too much! Remove!
Astral energy!
Say no more! Shut!
Well done!
I don't know what I'd do without you.
Permanent render!
Perhaps now isn't the time?
I really don't.
Healing circle! Thanks! Just right! Permanent render!
Thanks!
Thanks for the healing. Watch yourself, okay? Yeah, you too.
Picture of hell.
Here's a healing
Come
orb.
on!
First aid!
Try this! Explosive ring!
1,000 gales.
Now,
Carry it
while it's
away.
reeling!
Take it down!
Gusty now!
Eternal devastation! Crush!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Crush!
Now I'm in the groove!
Head to the fray! Spread! Chain between heaven and earth.
Rip and tear!
A wailing banshee of lightning!
I'm dragging it
Blah,
strong!
blah, blah.
Glitter
Air
Dragon!
thrust.
Eternal devastation!
Here, let me help. If it's in the sky,
Why'd
it's
you heal me?
mine. To stop you dying?
Doctors made one. Radiant force.
Eternal devastation!
Here, let me help.
In a bind?
Chain between heaven and earth.
Glacial spear.
Piercing. Wailing banshee of lightning. Divine state. Blah, blah, blah. Air thrust.
It's all!
Doctors
What a relief! So much for sitting this fight out.
That wouldn't be a complaint, I hear.
No, that'd be silly. What's this?
There you go! Double up! Finish without a turn! Oh, sparkling stars of light! Dance in the wind!
Try harder!
Rip it tear! Between heaven and earth! Glacial spear! Here's the eagle! Banshee of lightning! Breeze lancer! Divine arch required! Here's the healing art! First aid!
Lost my focus!
Dance in the wind! Air thrust!
Swallow dance!
Between heaven and earth!
No further!
A wailing dragon of lightning! By the power of steel!
Eternal devastation!
Where are you going? Here's a healing art!
Try harder!
Darkness.
My turn!
First aid!
What's this?
It's weakened!
This ends now!
It's over!
Eternal devastation!
Do it!
Inferno punch!
Astral energy! Full throttle! Far beyond the darkest skies!
You're mine! It's over! Eternal devastation!
Annihilation!
Burn!
Radiant pierce!
Eternal devastation!
Eagle assault! In the wind! Air thrust! A tear between heaven and earth! And that's my will! A wailing beyond the lightning! Sweet now! Let's get you all touched
Eternal devastation!
In a bind?
by the power of the They're not playing around! Without a trace! Air thrust! Now watch it!
Oh, you are gonna pay for that!
Talon hurricane! Here's a healing art! Still got the
I really owe you one.
Not today!
lunar corruption!
By the power of the
Annihilation! This is the ready! Oh, violent bloody wind! Carve now! Crossblade! This one's mine! Ready, there! Go!
It was nice while it lasted.
You're mine!
Now or never.
Here! Here, let me help!
You're mine! Dance! Eternal devastation!
Eagle assault!
Watch and
Crush!
Take this!
Will this help?
Peek through! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Here's a healing art! First aid!
Eternal devastation!
Crumble! Air thrust! One chain between heaven and earth!
Now I'm in the
Banshee
corner!
of lightning!
Eternal devastation! Now I can let loose! Burn!
What's this?
Thanks
This
so much!
one's all mine!
The enemy is going all out! Here I go! Thunderblade!
Falling behind!
Looks like this one's mine!
Like hell it is!
A wailing banshee of lightning in here! Talon down! Lunar corruption!
Burn!
It's finished!
Let's do it!
Eternal devastation!
Bananas, let's go!
Hurricane!
First aid! A chain between heaven and earth! Let the marksman handle this!
Here I
A
come!
wailing banshee of lightning! Look here! Magic is there!
Swallow dance!
Blah, blah, blah!
Eternal devastation!
None shall
No
escape my
further.
judgment!
Eternal devastation!
Inferno punch!
Ray! Firmament render! Now! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
I'm even stronger than before.
I won't forgive you!
Now you see what I can do!
It's on!
Is it hot? Dispatch it out again! In here! Do it! Astral energy!
Say no more! Got it!
Well done!
Take it! I'm not done!
Nice. No scratches on my shield or my armor.
Aw, are you tired, Hoodle?
You sure he's not just trying to hide from us?
How?
Huh? Well...
Hey!
Looks like we get to sleep with a roof over our heads.
Done. This is sure to give the others some much-needed energy. Looks like we made it here in one piece.
You sense one of your pals, Poodle? What's that huge Zoogle over there?
Stay far away from that thing, Rinwell.
Go for the weak point! Where are you going? The flames will roar!
You're mine!
You're mine!
It's over!
Big blast! Seal! That's pretty good! Rain down and purify all!
I'm on it!
Explosion! Hear me!
You're mine! Dragon Sword!
Now for something
Burn in hell! Do it! Totally!
of heaven!
In an instant! Impact Claw!
Will this help?
You're mine!
Talon Hurricane! Lightning Descent! Thunderblade!
Law, you alright?
Yeah, I'll be okay.
I owe you one.
A whirling struggle. Radiant Pierce!
Take
I'll fix you up!
Try this!
Here's a healing
Plasma
arm!
shock! Not a chance!
First aid!
Soda!
I'll fix you up!
I'm not
Do
done!
it!
Kisara! Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone! Here, let me help!
My turn!
Rain down!
Soda!
I'll fix you up! Recover!
Try harder!
Here, let me help! I'm ready!
Talon Hurricane!
This one's mine! I call upon you!
Take this! This one's all mine! Dragon Swarm!
Mega Ray!
Orochi Fury! You picked the wrong fight!
Jolene! This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes! Not a chance! Strike! Soda! No further!
Here's the this!
Now all good things come to an end.
Here I come! It's over! First strike! Here I come! First Dragon Swarm!
Armor won't save you. It's finished.
Let's do it!
Plasma shock!
Talon Hurricane.
Soda! Glitter Dragon!
That's
Tornado!
eat this.
I'm ready! This one's mine!
It's over!
Here I come! I'll cover you!
Take this.
Recover!
I owe you one!
By the power of flame! Vanish without a trace!
My focus.
Hear me! Flame of the Glacial Steel!
Freaking does it.
Dig Ray Streak!
Eat this!
I can do this all day!
Here I come!
Here, let me help!
Dragon Swarm!
It looks like you got this one covered!
I'm not done! It's too much! No further!
Winds of heaven! First tornado!
Eat this.
Here's a healing arm!
Try harder!
Anything in armor is all
I'll
mine.
call upon thee! Thanks!
I'll smash you. I'm on it.
One more! Shooting star!
Eat this.
Try harder! Now!
Talon Hurricane.
Take it! Soda!
Now I'm in the groove.
There you go! Don't let up! A whirling struggle! Hear me! Flame of fury! Winning strike!
Take it!
Here's the steel!
Damn! Take this!
Eagle assault.
Got it!
Dragon Swarm!
Now's our chance!
Now or never.
I'm sorry to be boss.
We've all got enough on our
Wailing
Yes,
Bandian
ma'am.
lightning!
Escape!
By the power of flame! A whirling struggle!
Dragon down! Inferno Punch!
First force!
Plasma shock!
Dragon down!
Inferno Punch!
Burning!
Take this!
Talon Hurricane! All disasters
come.
made one! Searing flame! Reload!
I'm on it.
Rain down and purify all!
Take this!
Thanks so much! Thanks for the healing. Watch yourself, okay? Yeah, you too. Freezing storm! Dance
Here I
in the
come.
wind!
You're
Iron
finished!
Rhino! Too much to handle?
Here and now. Demons descend. Flashing fang.
A chain between heaven and earth.
You're mine!
A whirling
You're
gale!
finished!
Inferno Punch.
Orochi Fury!
Eat this.
A whirling glacial spear. Pierce evil. Winds of heaven. First
You're mine!
Swallow dam.
in here.
You're mine!
Now I'm in the groove.
The enemy is going all out. Vanish without a trace. A chain between heaven and earth. Explosion. A wailing storm. That move.
Here comes the big one!
I could do this all day.
All disasters made one. Where are you going? Purity. It's weakened.
This ends now! You're finished!
Talon Hurricane.
Here I come!
A whirling struggle. Healing circle. Winds of heaven. Hurricane.
You'll pay for that!
This.
What was I saying? Air thrust. Light acceleration.
Burn it out!
Healing circle.
First cut!
Talon storm. Lunar corruption.
Dragon Swarm!
sitting this fight out.
That wouldn't be a complaint, I think.
Nope, that'd be silly.
I'll be saving. None shall escape my judgment. Stars of light, rain down and heal my all.
I'm on it!
I'll heal you all. In here.
Here I come! Dragon Swarm!
Eagle assault. Glacial
Now I
spear.
can let loose. I don't know what
you
I'd do
going?
without you.
Perhaps Nana isn't the time?
I really don't.
The tactics are working great.
Full speed ahead.
Hey, wait for Law!
Yours to be let free!
Magic is there. Air thrust. Pierce the evil.
Here I come! Take this! You picked the wrong fight!
Get on board.
Take this! Crush! Dragon Swarm!
Let's tear him up!
Now, while it's boiling!
Take it down.
Quiver Dragon! Eagle assault! Here I come!
Searing flame.
Now or never!
Reload. They're not playing around. In here.
No further!
Winds of heaven. Burst forth.
Here comes something big!
Try to dodge. I'll be saving. None shall escape my judgment.
Here I come! In Dragon Swarm!
Hear me, flame of fury! Where are you going? Firmament render! Hear me, flame of fury!
Crush!
Glacial spear! Pierce evil!
Dragon Swarm!
Do it!
Kisara! Commander of Heaven! Phoenix Cyclone!
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood.
We should be able to cook here.
Sure. Just great.
Well, I'm really tired today for some reason. Anyway, I should get to work on dinner.
Oh, we already started.
We've got it covered tonight, Kisara. Just relax and leave it to us.
I see. Well, I'll leave it to you then. We don't have a lot of ingredients though, so don't go overboard, okay? Guess I'll do some laundry instead. What are you two doing?
What does it look like? We're doing laundry. Obviously.
Yeah, I guess you are. You're not trying to clean them by smacking them around again, are you?
Of course not. I have a good memory. Once someone yells at me, I don't forget it.
He's fine, Kisara. I've been keeping an eye on him, and there haven't been any problems.
Oh, good. If you say so, Alphen, then I have nothing to worry about.
Hey! How come you don't trust me when I say it?
Just don't squeeze too hard or else you'll damage the fabric, okay?
Yeah, I get it. You know, if you keep making that face, it's gonna stick that way.
What was that?
Nothing. Nothing at all.
Well, if there's nothing for me to do, I guess I'll head back. I suppose I should take this as a sign of how much they've all grown, but... Oh, Dohalim. What are you doing here?
Simply admiring our campfire as I await dinner. I find watching the flames dance can be rather inspiring.
Just the same as always, then. Although I'm sort of relieved.
Oh? And here I thought you were planning to scold me.
Why? Did you want to be scolded too?
No, I wasn't saying that. The night is aglow with star and firelight. Yet what I hold most dear are the words of a friend.
That's not like your usual poetry. Are you trying to tell me something?
Brimming is thy soul, with words yet unspoken.
Okay, I get it. You want me to talk to you about it.
To hear your words of worry, I can but sit and wait.
I said I get it. I guess I'm just struggling with how capable everyone's become these days. I'm proud of them, but I'm not sure what I contribute to the team anymore. So, I guess it's been troubling me a bit. They don't need me for chores or fighting anymore. And I don't have much in the way of feminine charm. But aside from being a soldier, do I have anything else to offer? And if not, then what good am I? I can't help worrying about it.
Lost though you may be, with utopia but a dream, life without you would be no life at all.
Dohalim, you're right. I still have Miguel's dream left to fulfill. And we still have the fight ahead of us to overcome.
With you by my side, even the bitter times can taste sweet.
Okay, I think that's enough poetry for one day.
Hey, dinner's ready! Wow, you look really happy, Kisara.
Oh? I'm just excited to see what you two have cooked up. Now let's sit down and enjoy it already. Dohalim, all of your replies last night were poems. What was that all about?
I suppose I was struck with poetic inspiration. Did it strike your fancy?
Yes. I found it to be quite elegant.
I'm afraid my memory of them is a bit faint. Could I trouble you to recite them for me?
No, you cannot. Remember them yourself.
I hope everyone isn't pushing themselves too hard.
That was nothing.
Kisara, let's talk for a bit.
Sorry for rambling on so much about my past earlier.
Don't sweat it. It was fun hearing you reminisce about the good old days.
Come on, you don't have to pretend with me. I know I can tend to go on sometimes, when it comes to my brother.
You said it, not me. Anyway, I don't think it's something for you to be embarrassed about.
Hey, Alphen. When you were a kid, was there ever a time when you had to bury someone younger than you?
Well, it's hard to say. I'm guessing that you have, though.
Yeah. During the previous crown contest, with the Lord before Dohalim. Life back then was truly hell. I think that's why I tried to ignore what Miguel was telling me for so long. Because I was afraid of going back to such a dark time. Of losing hope. I wanted to believe in our paradise so much that I doubted the one person I should have trusted most. I don't blame blame Dohalim for that. I simply didn't want to face facts. And I ended up trying to project my ideals onto everyone else.
It's strange. Whenever you and Dohalim talk about Menancia, it's always like it's some big failure. We're talking about fixing 300 years worth of damage here. Isn't it a bit optimistic to think it was all going to be resolved after only 5?
You might be right. Maybe it was a mistake when Menancia... No. When I decided to stop seeing the darkness in our society. I have to admit the truth. To myself, first of all. See you tomorrow. Rise and shine. We're almost ready to leave. Well, it's the moment of truth.
This lady better hold together once we're up in the air.
Law, don't say that! You're going to jinx us!
Speaking of which, Alphen, this bucket of bolts got a name?
A name? You know, I'm not sure she ever had one. I never really thought about it.
Well, after all the trouble we went through to find her, we should give her one, right? I was thinking something like...
Fall Knights.
Huh?
It means owl in the ancient tongue. Literally, the one drawn to the skies.
I like it. Sounds perfect for our little escapade.
Not sure I'm completely convinced, but, well, it's as good a name as any. From now on, she'll be known as the Fall Knights.
Okay, people. We have 2 goals. First, we need to get to Lenegis and make the Renans finally leave Dana alone. And then, we need to figure out the truth behind Shion's thorns and find a way to save her. Sound good? All right, then let's go.
You know, I can still hardly believe it.
Believe what?
I mean, just look at it. The whole of existence, crammed inside a tiny frame.
Now that you mention it, I guess you're right. It does look more like a painting than a living, breathing world.
From up here, all the struggles we've been through feel so insignificant.
Nothing like realizing how small you are to put everything into perspective. Kinda makes the differences between the Renans and the Danans feel pretty small too, huh?
How much longer until we reach Lenegis?
There are better ways to use your time than napping. We should take a moment to familiarize ourselves with the facilities on board before arrival.
Good idea. The starship may end up serving as our base of operations once we're down there. Think you'll be all right with the controls?
You mean the one set to automatic pilot? I dare say I'll manage. I'm basically just here to supervise.
In that case, she's all yours.
Everything okay, Shion? You seem a little different.
Different? Like in a bad way different?
No, not at all. You seem more driven lately, like you found a zest for life. It suits you.
You okay? Feeling airsick?
Actually, now that you mention it, not at all. These starships are a remarkably smooth ride, all things considered. Nothing like being at sea, thank goodness.
Glad to hear it. That device there caught your eye, huh?
I was just wondering what it is. It looks big enough to fit a person inside of it.
It's a healing pod. It fixes injuries and illnesses.
Oh, you don't say. That should definitely come in handy if any of us get injured while we're down there. Alphen? Was it something I said?
No, I was just thinking back to when I escaped Lenegis, that's all. What with the ceremony and losing control, I was a total mess. Naori laid me inside here.
So, you're saying you got in this thing straight after escaping? But that mean... you were inside for 300 years?
Yes, it sounds crazy, I know. But don't even ask me why I stayed asleep all that time.
That's definitely quite some lie-in, all right. But still, whether you meant to or not, I sure am glad that it's this century that you finally woke up in.
What do you mean?
With the amount of fighting we've done, we would have never made it this far without you. And not only that, but... Alphen, can you recall back to what it is that I said to you? Back when we left Menancia? About the dream of coexistence, and needing to learn what it entailed?
Of course. That's why you came with us, right? To learn what you couldn't at home.
Even in that time, I was well aware that what I was living was a lie. But at the same time, I also felt really compelled to fulfill my brother's wishes. I'll always remember him fondly. But the coexistence we're fighting for isn't for him. It's for people now. And those still to come. The world's bigger than just Menancia. My dream is for all Danans, wherever they might be, to be free. If I've learned anything on this journey, it's that. And the one who brought me along was you, Alphen. I'll forever be grateful to you.
Well, we're not out of this forest just yet. You should probably save your thanks. At least, until we've dealt with the Red Woman.
I know. But whatever we find when we get down there, I'm through looking the other way.
Kisara.
Probably getting a little ahead of myself, huh? Let's take things one step at a time.
Hey, Alphen, listen to this! So Law and I were just talking and...
Hey, shut up!
What's got Law all flustered?
Only that he's afraid of flying, the big baby. And after all that fuss he made about naming the ship, too.
Hey, I never said I was scared. I just think it's, you know, a little unsettling how we're going to be cruising through space in a glorified tin can. That's all.
It's a starship, dummy. That's what it's supposed to do. I don't think there's anything strange about it.
Well, maybe you're the one with the problem then.
Guys. I'm no expert, but I think we can trust Renin technology. It got me to Dana in one piece, remember?
Oh, that's a good point. If you think so, Alphen, it must be okay. Don't you agree, Law?
Hard to argue with that, seeing how you hitched a ride in one of these things before, Alphen. It's just wrong, okay?
Something wrong?
No. I was merely thinking how it had been 7 years, that's all.
You mean since you became a lord and left Lenegis? I guess even someone like you can get homesick, huh?
I am as prone to sentimentality as any other. Tell me, though. You too have a history with Lenegis. A traumatic one, no less. This trip will probably mean facing up to some difficult emotions. Doesn't that frighten you?
Well, it is a place where I took the lives of countless people. I'd be lying if I said I hadn't thought about it. But I can't keep running forever. The past is what it is. There's no changing that. But the future's what we make it.
I see.
Halim?
Forgive me. I was wrong to pry. We have more pressing matters to address. Come back and speak to me when you finish looking around the ship.
We'll be going to Lenegis soon.
This must feel like a homecoming of sorts to you, huh? What was life on Lenegis like back then? You know, before you came to Dana.
Well, let's just say, I don't have many happy memories. I've had thorns my whole life, for as long as I can remember. They called it treatment, but in truth, they were just using me as a guinea pig for their research.
You mean, they experimented on you?
That's right. All I was to them was a riddle to solve. They poked and prodded me, trying to figure out what triggered my thorns or changed the form they took. Day in and day out, every single day, one test after another. I'm still surprised they didn't try to dissect me. The look they gave me whenever one of them touched my skin. How could I forget it? Reeling from the pain, like I was a monster or something. Some existence, huh? A blight on any I touched, helplessly complicit in their pain. I thought things couldn't get any worse, but then they did. I started to have nightmares, visions of the coming apocalypse. Is it any wonder I lacked a cheery disposition? Unable to so much as touch another soul. Loneliness was my best friend. Sure, I survived, but with the knowledge that one day I'd be swallowed up by oblivion. That's when it hit me. If I was going to die, then it should mean something. If I have to sacrifice myself to save the world, so be it.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you relive that.
No, it's fine. I'm in a much better place now.
You say it's your destiny to die so that others can live. But why not the other way around? Why shouldn't we be the ones dying to save you?
Are you crazy? Why would you sacrifice your life for...
That's exactly my point. Why should you have to give up your life just because you drew the short straw in the destiny stakes? How is that even right? It's that logic that's used to justify slavery, as if some of us were just meant to be sacrificed. This struggle was never about saving only ourselves. But that doesn't mean we have to give up our own lives to save everyone else's either. If we're doing this to protect people, if we're doing this to save the world from destruction, then that has to include saving each other as well.
A world free of sacrifice. That's what you've been fighting for all along, isn't it?
Not just me. We're in this together, remember? This fight is yours too, Shion. If we're going to win, everyone has to win. There can be no room for losers in this fight. How I see it, the true nature of our struggle.
A victory without losers. But that means that a Dahnan victory over Rena can't be the end. Do you think we can pull it off?
You bet we can pull it off. We have to. It's the only hope we have of things ever changing.
Yeah, you're right. No one's ever changed the future without aiming for the stars. We can do this together.
Is everyone about ready? We'll soon be making preparations to land.
Before we do that, just what exactly should we expect when we get down there?
Isara has a point. Now that I think of it, I don't know the first thing about Lenegis.
I'd like to hear more too. It's been centuries since I was last there, and they didn't exactly give me the grand tour.
Very well. First and foremost, Lenegis was the base of operations in charge of the crown contest on Dana. Of course, it also happens to be a city in its own right, complete with its own independent society. Its social structure is based on a strict hierarchy. Put simply, the strength of an individual's astral arts carries great weight.
Enough to determine someone's social rank, you mean? But astral arts are innate, right? So people's positions are fixed at birth.
They can be honed with the right training, and there are admittedly other factors at play. But yes, that's basically the gist. As a result, family lines that churn out lords and their contenders wield disproportionate influence, and those lineages are treated as nobility.
Those capable of only weak astral arts are effectively an underclass, denied the right to descend to Dana even if they wanted to. Still, even the lowest rung on the Renin ladder is considered superior to being a Dahnan. Keep that in mind down there.
Thanks for the warning. As a lord, Dohalim must have been pretty high up in the pecking order, right? What about you, Shion?
Come on, you've seen her skill with astral arts. You really need to ask?
Fair point.
On arts alone, you're right. I'd have been sitting pretty. But you're forgetting my thorns. They weren't exactly an invitation to high society.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. It's refreshing to be around someone who says what they're thinking. Life's less complicated that way.
Jeez, give backhanded compliments much?
Wait a second. Are you? He is! Law's blushing!
I am not!
Of course, separating people into castes based on something arbitrary like arts is discrimination at its worst. As if such simplistic criteria could ever be a measure of someone's worth.
So this red woman, are we expecting to find her on Lenegis?
I would wager so. Lenegis is too deeply involved in all this to discard the possibility. Chances are she's also connected to the Renis Alma being stolen from us in Pelegion.
If the Renis Alma is being used to exploit data, we need to take it back at all costs.
That Red Woman's got a lot to answer for. Just as well I've got a ton of questions.
We're about to land. The descent could be a little bumpy, so brace yourselves.
If there are clues about your thorns out there, Shion, we'll find them. There's no one here. I wasn't expecting a welcome mat, but still.
Lenegus's infrastructure is largely automated. Besides, people won't be expecting incoming traffic while the crown contest is still underway.
Do you think anyone realizes that we're here?
We may not have received a royal welcome, but I doubt our entrance went unnoticed. Don't let your guard down.
I really hope we don't have to fight anybody while we're here.
So now what? We've come all this way on a hunch that this Red Woman is here, right? And if we're lucky, the Renis Alma too. Any idea where we should start looking?
There is an area of the city that is accessible only to the Sovereigns, known as the Forbidden Zone. That seems as good a place as any for us to start.
Forbidden? What are they hiding?
I don't know, hence my desire to find out. Fortunately, we just so happen to have a Sovereign in our midst. In any case, changing the shape of a huge structure such as Lenegus would have required an immense source of power.
And you think that source might have been the Renis Alma?
Precisely. Alphen said that he remembered the Renis Alma being used in the spirit channeling ceremony 3 centuries ago. Whatever the ceremony's purpose, if preparations are underway for it to be held once more, then the Renis Alma might be in the same place as last time, possibly together with the Red Woman. Hiding something of that worth in the residential quarters would only court trouble. In which case...
It stands to reason we should be looking somewhere normally out of bounds. Is that it?
Indeed.
But it's been over 300 years since I was made a Sovereign. You can't seriously think I'll be able to waltz right into the place after all this time.
There's only one way to find out. If there's even a chance you can get us in, I say we give it a shot.
Shion's right. Who knows? We might even find a clue to her thorns while we're at it.
All right. It's not like we're swimming in leads, so let's try to track down the Forbidden Zone. Beyond that wall lies a city full of Renins. The capital city where Shion and Dohalim used to live, no less. Who knows what we'll find on the other side?
Thinking about what could be lurking out here is giving me the heebie-jeebies.
For such a loudmouth, you sure can be a worrywart at times.
Oh, I'm sorry. How stupid of me for wanting us to stay safe.
Would you two children stop squabbling? Or do you want everyone to know we're here?
So how many Renins actually live in this place?
I couldn't tell you exactly, though not as many as you might expect. Machines and Zeugles take care of most of the city's basic functions.
There's Zeugles out here too, huh? Sounds like we can't afford to let our guard down after all.
What in the world?
This being Renin territory, I was prepared for a lot of things to look different. But this is a bit more than I anticipated.
The very foundations of the city have shifted. What could have caused this?
When Lenegis changed shape, it must have had an effect on the interior, too.
Maybe when they sent the wedge down to Dana?
But they wouldn't move around the places where people live. These are their homes, right?
I would think the citizens themselves didn't have much say in the matter. Either way, locating the Forbidden Zone just became that much trickier.
Dohalim? Is that you?
Avakir, I'm glad to see you're well.
So it is you! But why are you here? Shouldn't you be down on Dana participating in the crown contest? And these people!
So you haven't heard what happened on Dana, then?
Heard what?
Someone you know?
An old friend.
Hey, Dohalim, don't tell me you've started keeping company with...
They're with me. More importantly, what's happened here?
I'm really not sure. The city's foundations began to shift without warning, and now everything looks like this. We're all waiting for the Sovereign to tell us what's happening, but so far...
Avakir, listen to me. We're looking for the Forbidden Zone. Do you have any idea where we might find it?
The Forbidden Zone? What business could you possibly have there?
Trust me. The less you know, the better.
You're just the same as ever. I wish I could help, but what with the changed topography, I can barely locate my own home. Let alone the Forbidden Zone.
Very well. It looks like we'll have to find the way there ourselves.
Have you seen Faria yet?
No.
I see. Well, nothing much has changed with her. If anything, she's probably even more...
I can well imagine.
Why did you come back? You know it can only result in pain for you both.
I've no doubt of that.
You really are the same as ever. Fine, I understand. Just don't say I didn't warn you. And take care of yourself. Okay, Do?
So who's Faria?
Law?
If what Avakir said is true, it would seem the people of Lenegis are being kept in the dark about what's happening down on Dana.
They seem to be just as clueless about what's going on up here in their own world. Despite the fact that it's actually here that the wedge originally came from.
We need more information. Let's talk to the citizens, see what we can find out.
While we're at it, we can ask them about the Red Woman, too.
And don't forget about finding the way to the Forbidden Zone either.
Let's leave the talking to Shion. We can't have a bunch of Danins poking their noses around.
Good idea. I think that's for the best.
I shall assist.
You sure?
Being a lord on Lenegis has its advantages.
Right. Then we'll leave it to you two. The Danins among us should probably keep our heads down.
What if people freak out?
I shall explain it away by saying I'm leading you.
What are we, dogs?
What could be so important? It's worth destroying people's livelihoods and homes in the process. It's just... unbelievable. Uprooting an entire city as if it were mere building blocks. Someone's got an awful lot of questions to answer.
From how it looks, they must be siphoning off astral energy from Dana, and then sending it to Rena.
But why do all this? What for? Surely they can't be using all that energy for the crown contest.
Whatever their purpose, disrupting their siphoning process alone won't be sufficient. Not while we still don't know what their endgame is.
He's right. We need to stop this from happening ever again.
This Forbidden Zone might be where we find some answers, right? So what are we waiting for? Let's get moving!
You heard him. You don't have time to stop and chat. Let's move.
Oh, dear me. What an unspeakable mess this has all become. Just look at the state of our city. Even the Zeugles have stopped heeding our commands. Whatever did we do to deserve this?
You really have no clue what might have caused this?
Would that I have. Alas, there was no warning, no prior decree. His Highness must have deemed it unnecessary for us to know. We have no choice but to grin and bear it. But do my eyes deceive me? Could I really be standing in the presence of his lordship, Dohalim of the House Ilkaris? I believed he was on Dana.
Your eyes do not deceive you. It is I, one and the same. I have returned to fulfill a special duty, the details of which I cannot divulge.
As your lordship wishes. First Lenegis mutates beyond recognition, now this unexpected visit. The Sovereign's plans are inscrutable indeed. The Ilkaris house has produced a great many lords over the centuries. I shall be praying for your victory in the latest crown contest.
Your good wishes do me an honor.
So, I've been wondering, do you think when Lenegis was built, it was even made with people living here in mind?
What do you mean?
Well, none of this happened by coincidence, right? They must have designed it to transform like this. But then, if they knew people were going to live here, you'd think they would have taken that into consideration, to avoid all this chaos.
Ordinarily, yes. You'd think so. Trust me, as far as we were concerned, Lenegis was our home, nothing more. No one knew about all this. It makes you wonder whether the city was just built on as an afterthought. But if so, to what exactly?
Sorry. That probably sounded weird, huh?
Not at all. Sometimes it takes an outsider's eye to help you notice what you've been missing all along. This place is a mystery, that's for sure. Something tells me we'll find answers where we're going, though.
Yeah, you're right, Shion. I'm sure we will.
I wonder just how many people have been saved by Shion in some form. I'm impressed.
There's rumors flying around about people being saved by a Renin vision of beauty.
Vision of beauty? That's a bit much.
Alphen had better stay on his toes.
Where do I come into this?
Everything will be okay now.
I know the basics of healing arts, but my skills pale in comparison.
Your lordship! Oh, what a great honor it is to finally meet you. I descended to Dana during the last crown contest also. Alas, when the contender I was backing failed to clinch the title, I returned. I witnessed the deaths of so many slaves.
Indeed.
Sorry to interrupt, but we're looking for a woman dressed all in red. Have you seen anyone of that description?
All red, eh? No, I can't say I remember anyone like that. I imagine she'd stand out somewhat, too.
Yeah. What about down on Dana during the crown contest? You didn't see anyone like that hanging around the lord you were serving?
What's with all these questions? I've never seen her, okay? Not recently or otherwise. Why do you want to find her anyway?
Never mind. Forget I asked. Sorry to take up your time. Is everything okay? You look a little lost.
Hmm? Oh, yes. I can't seem to find my way home, is all. I was just about to make my umpteenth attempt at a new route.
I was hoping to head this way myself. The situation is a real pain, huh?
I suppose the Sovereign knows best. I daren't stay here too long, though. A lower caste can only linger around these parts for so long before I outstay my welcome. I was hoping to avoid it, but maybe I'll have to go that way after all.
You mean you know another way round?
Lord Dohalim Ilkaris! But how? Last I heard, you were in Dana competing in the crown contest.
Yes, strange, isn't it? If you know another route, we'd be grateful if you could tell us.
But of course. Please forgive me. There's a wall that sprung up ahead of here, with what looks to be an entrance in it. I thought maybe it was a passageway between the different quarters, but I've no way of knowing for sure.
It's worth investigating, at least. I shall go and assess the situation. In the meantime, wait for me here. If it looks safe, I'll come and let you know.
You'd really do that for me? A lord troubling himself for someone of my lowly status?
Our lot in life is of little consequence. We are both Renin, first and foremost.
Oh, why yes, my lord. Thank you.
Well, we've canvassed the city for information. What do you think?
No one has the faintest idea what's happened to the city after all. They haven't heard the news about the crown contest either.
You'd think that info would easily find its way up here. Has it always been like that?
Not to this extent. Which would indicate that something's suppressing the truth. That Lenegis is under some kind of control.
Given everything that's happened to their city, the people here seem weirdly okay with it all.
Yeah, that one guy even said his Zoogle had stopped listening to him. If that's true, these people are in big trouble.
Everything that happens here is attributed to the Sovereign's will. It's the way people have been conditioned. Their belief runs deep. Nothing happens devoid of a reason. To them, it's all part of the Sovereign's grand plan.
The Sovereign's plan. There is one thing I'm still not sure about. Just who is this person ruling over Lenegis?
The Sovereign, of course. He rules from Rena while presiding over both Rena and Lenegis.
Without the lords or anyone in the middle doing his dirty work? Isn't Rena at least the same size as Dana? That's a pretty big dominion for one person to rule over. I would have thought ruling Lenegis alone would be difficult enough.
The points you make are valid, though I confess I'd never given it much thought before. Here, the Sovereign's total authority is as natural as night turning to day. Come to think of it, I know nothing of the nature of how Rena itself is. Shion, have you ever been... No, forgive me. Have you met or crossed paths with, or even heard of someone who's actually made a visit to the homeland?
No, I haven't.
Neither have I. In which case, I would imagine that... But no, surely not. Can it really be that no citizen of Lenegis has ever been there?
Hold up, what are you getting at, Dohalim?
Assuming what I believe to be correct, it's possible that no one on Lenegis has ever laid eyes on the actual Renin homeworld itself. No one but the Sovereign, that is.
But what about trade and communication? There's got to be a flow back and forth, surely.
Not if the Sovereign is imposing his will on Lenegis single-handedly. It could be a one-way street.
But I thought you said that the Sovereign's all the way over on Rena. If that's the case, can he really rule directly over Lenegis from so far away? What if something were to happen to the city, like now?
I'm beginning to wonder what the nature of this Sovereign even is. Alphen said he was forced into the role, right? Just before the ceremony. But Sovereign is also the title given to the almighty Renin ruler. So which one is it?
Whoever wins the crown contest inherits the throne from his or her predecessor, before becoming ruler over all of Rena and Lenegis. Thereafter, that individual is known as the Sovereign. Though, it would appear that the current ruler has gone silent. As for how Volron factors into all this, at this point, I no longer know what to believe.
3 centuries ago, I became the Sovereign here on Lenegis. No, not just became, I was forced to. Me, a Danon. 300 years later, we cross paths with Volron, who also bears the Sovereign's crest. That's not the only thing we have in common. We both became Sovereign without winning the crown contest.
Do you think Volron was made Sovereign for the same reason? Because of that ceremony?
I can't say for sure, but it certainly sounds like it.
But that would mean that 2 sovereigns would need to exist at any one time. One whose job it is to rule, and the other for ceremonial purposes. We never did see Volron's body back in Ganeth Heros. Is a new ceremony underway with Volron at its center this time? Could that be what's causing all this strange activity here?
Wait a second. You don't think Volron and the Red Woman are working together, do you? The ceremony can't go forward without the Renis Alma. The same one that the Red Woman stole.
There's something else the ceremony needs. A maiden. And unless there's another one out there aside from me...
Questions, questions, and yet more questions. Ones that it seems will remain unanswered, until we can establish the Sovereign's identity.
If the Forbidden Zone really is off-limits to everyone but the Sovereign, that seems as good a place as any to start. For the sake of liberating Dana, too.
Then it's decided. That's where we need to go.
One of the citizens mentioned a passage that she thought might lead to another section of the city. It could point us in the right direction. Let's go find it!
With nobody left to run the show, I wonder what the people here are supposed to do. I mean, there's sovereigns up on the Renin homeworld, and all their lords were sent to Dana.
But Dohalim was a lord, right?
Only current acting lords have power. Renin society is quite strict about such matters.
Even if the other lords were still around, I doubt they'd be able to do much about the situation.
I wonder what they'd think if they were here to see Lenegis now. Balsif, Cannabelt, Almadria, and Volron. Now that I think of it, aside from Dohalim, we know next to nothing about the other lords.
Well, yeah, why would we? To us Danans, they were just enemies we needed to overthrow. Nothing more.
I know. But seeing Renins in their own city, going about their day-to-day lives, it gets you thinking.
It feels strange to imagine the lords living here too, you mean?
Yeah, a little.
If you're that curious about them, why not try inquiring with some of the locals? Every lord in their household has their share of supporters here on Lenegis. And luckily for us, the people here are unaware of the events on Dana, which means they should be more inclined to talk to us.
I didn't realize Renins oppressed their own kind, too.
And yet, weirdly, none of them seem to mind. Am I the only one who finds that strange?
It is the way things have always been, so no one thinks to question it. You have experience in that regard yourself, do you not?
Unquestioning acceptance of your own servitude. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Even so, the quality of life here seems much higher than any Danon city we visited. I used to think it was impossible to build an ideal society without wealth. But I suppose having it doesn't always mean people are treated fairly either.
More to the point, not a single citizen seems to have even heard of the Red Woman.
What if she's not here? What if it turns out we're looking in the wrong place entirely?
It's still too early to say anything for sure.
For all we know, she might be able to blend in, move around unnoticed. I say we hold off judgment until we've exhausted every avenue.
Tell me, Dohalim, has that skill of yours got a name?
And what skill would this be, pray tell?
You know, when you're talking to people around town. The way they suddenly become putty in your hands.
I'm afraid I don't quite follow.
I do. It's called friendly intimidation. Look imposing and speak in a deep, booming voice, and presto, you'll have people wrapped around your finger in no time.
I would never stoop to such scandalous tricks. Any feelings of intimidation are solely in the eye of the beholder.
So there is a knack to it! How do you learn it? Can anyone do it?
Now you've got me curious. Is there special training to master?
Let's see. An obsession with being elegant is a must. Oh, and it helps to be old-fashioned, too. Bonus points if you speak in a way no one can understand.
If you've a bone to pick with me, it'd be quicker to just come out and say it.
What? They look up to you, that's all. I'm just helping them along.
Hey! What's got into Alvin and Law all of a sudden?
I can barely understand a word they're saying. And what's with the weird poses? Was it something they ate?
I hope you're willing to take the blame for this one.
I wasn't expecting them to take me so seriously. I'll go and have a word with them.
Yes!
Yes!
Balsef had it in him to care about someone other than himself? Really?
It's possible. A change in position can do much to alter one's perspective.
So even he might have had something he wanted to protect.
I guess she intended to spread it throughout all of Lenegis then.
Good thing the lines were down so she couldn't.
It almost sounded like she was praising them, too.
Maybe there was more to the guy than at first glance.
I shall refrain from commenting.
What?
Ganabelt was so horrible to people, yet he was invested in helping Rena succeed. Doesn't that seem just a little inconsistent?
I'm perhaps biased in this matter, I admit. However, in my mind, while all lords vie to become the next sovereign, they're also meant to serve as guardians of all of Rena.
It seems like Ganabelt also had people he cared about until the very end.
So why couldn't he extend that to us Danans?
This area doesn't look as badly damaged as that other district we went through.
Indeed. The effects of Lenegis' transformation appear to be less pronounced here. Or, viewed another way, this area was simply luckier.
Pardon me.
I guess her willingness to stoop to any low came from a survival of the fittest worldview.
And some people here not only shared her belief, but championed it as morally right too.
That doesn't make it true. Too bad they couldn't see through her.
Yeah.
Ridiculous. Okay.
Seems like the people on Lenegis don't really know much about Volron either.
I remember being quite surprised when the Lord of Ganath Haros changed so abruptly.
Didn't you have any doubts that something suspicious was going on?
On the contrary. Remember, we Renans are raised to accept everything at face value.
When you think about it, the families of Renan lords must see them differently than the rest of us.
Yeah, despite the brutality they're known for.
They must have had a lot on their shoulders, carrying all the weight and responsibilities of Renan society.
Renans live in a world where strength and power determine their position in the social hierarchy, so they tend to grow up fiercely competitive. But their loyalty to their people is also strong. It's what brings them together against outside forces, and nothing exemplifies that more than the Lords.
That's what makes them the guardians of all of Rena, so to speak.
Right. It's the same reason Balsif hated my guts, and Ganabelt went after you. Because we're threats to Rena.
Guess that makes you an even bigger oddball than we thought.
So, Alphen, have you gained anything from all of this?
Yeah. I think it's made me realize that the Lords were all people, too. Balsif and the others, they all had their own circumstances to deal with as they went through life.
Yeah, but still, Just because they had loved ones in their lives doesn't mean...
I know. What they did was horrible. I'm not trying to dispute that. But at the same time, they weren't incomprehensible monsters either. They were individuals, just like the rest of us. So I guess what I'm trying to say is...
You're saying that they weren't bad because they were Renins, or because they were terrible monsters. Even if they did terrible things, they were still just people.
Rinwell.
Am I wrong?
Not at all.
Being a Danon doesn't make you a good person. And being a Renin doesn't make you a bad one. I think that's something we've all seen.
Shion and Dohalim definitely make a good case for it.
And I'm going to keep doing my best to make sure I earn that trust. As a fellow human being above all else.
There's something I just don't get.
What is it?
The crown contest itself has always gone ahead as planned, right? In which case, the current Sovereign of Rena should be whoever it was that won the previous contest.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So, who was it then?
Hanfricht Milgras, the former Lord of Cislodia, if memory serves.
So then this Hanfricht whatchamacallem, he's the current ruler of Rena?
The last I heard, yes. Though, admittedly, I haven't actually seen him since the end of the previous contest.
You're saying that ever since becoming Sovereign, he's never actually shown himself on Lenegis?
I guess over holocom maybe, but not in the flesh. Same thing goes for the Sovereign that came before him.
Now that you mention it, I don't recall anyone ever visiting Lenegis from the motherland, Sovereign or otherwise.
And that never struck you as a little bit odd?
When you live here, it's as if you're conditioned not to notice all these strange quirks and discrepancies. The question is then, by whom? And to what end?
A new Renis Alma is supposedly created to coincide with every crown contest, meaning each victor is awarded their very own. In other words, if that's true, there should be as many of the things out there as there have been contests.
True, but going on what we witnessed in Pelagian, it didn't look like the sort of thing that could be made to order. But if even the victor's speeches have been part of some grand deception, then where are they? Quite frankly, I'm not even sure what to believe anymore.
You and me both. Though we are Renin by blood, neither of us even knew that such a thing as a Dark Master Core existed, remember?
With any luck, the Forbidden Zone might give us some answers.
No use standing around here chatting about it then. Let's get a move on.
Doe?
Faria.
Varia? Isn't that the person that Avakir guy was...
But why are you here? Wait. Don't tell me you've given up on the crown contest and come crawling back home from Dana already. Nothing to say? Even though you were willing to kill Tarnigan to secure your position as Lord, you still...
Kill?
I'm here to take care of something. If you wish to continue this conversation, I only ask that you wait until I'm finished.
Oh, of course. You always did prefer to take the coward's way out. Even after 7 years and living on that Danon rock, you haven't changed one bit. But let me tell you, I haven't changed either. Not a day's gone by the past 7 years that I haven't hated you.
If killing me will bring you peace, then so be it.
Dohalim, what the hell are you saying?
First, I have business to take care of. If it's vengeance you seek, I will grant you it. But you must wait. My sins are legion. Let me finish what I came to do. Then you have my word. I will let you do whatever brings you peace.
Sure, that's it.
Run away like always. You don't even have the courage to die. No wonder you leave it to someone else. You're just a coward!
Dohalim.
I apologize that you had to witness that.
Is it true? What she said about you killing someone?
Each of us have our pasts. I am no exception.
Before, back in Menancia, you mentioned having taken a friend's life over the throne. Is that what she meant?
The mistakes I made there were not my first, and may not be my last. I will say no more.
Did you mean what you said? About letting her take your life if she wanted to?
She has more right to my life than anyone.
But you can't just...
Whatever happens, I have sworn to put an end to the crown contest, and to ensure continued coexistence in Menancia. I have no intention of expiring before I do so. There are far too many questions I still seek answers to. Besides, you have just as much reason to kill me as she does.
Dohalim!
Forgive me. Some things are best left unsaid.
Wow, this place is beautiful!
Yeah. It must be some sort of rest and leisure area for the locals.
You think? Man, these Renin sure know how to live it up, don't they?
Is something the matter, Dohalim?
Before I went down to Dana, my friends and I, we used to gather at this very spot and play music together. Avakir, Faria, and Tarnigan. That was a lifetime ago now.
Tarnigan. He was the one that Faria mentioned, right?
He was once my dearest, closest friend. As well as Faria's betrothed. Despite Faria's lower-class upbringing, she possesses a tremendous talent for music. Entranced by her playing, I helped her overcome her sense of inferiority and introduced her to Tarnagin and Avakir. It was a time of great joy. 4 people bound only by their love of music, with no care for social standing. Only the next song, the next melody.
A friendship based on mutual respect, and a society where everyone is a prisoner to their social class. You really are different, Dohalim.
I suppose it's natural you would see it as strange.
I would have, once. Now, I think the idea of breaking away from society's constraints and choosing your friends based solely on affection is something beautiful that's worth cherishing. Besides, it was that way of looking at the world that laid the foundations for coexistence in Menancia.
Your praise does me too great an honor. I was merely following the wishes of my own heart. And even then, it only lasted until the crown contest began. After that, Tarnagin and I became fierce competitors for the position of Lord. Tarnagin had fallen for Faria. By becoming Lord, he aimed to wrest her from her humble origins and raise her to the highest echelons of society. But fate was not so benevolent.
What happened?
Tarnagin was no match for me in combat. On a level playing field, he wouldn't have stood a chance. But he was desperate and low on options, and he couldn't stand the thought of defeat.
You mean he resorted to dirty tactics to try to win, right? But then why does Faria think... Wait, don't tell me she doesn't know.
How could I tell her? Combined with the trauma of losing her beloved, and by her friend's hand, no less, she would have been devastated.
So instead you let her go on hating you, so she could use that hate as a crutch for her grief?
That's not the same as running away, though.
It is exactly the same. Unable to face the loss of my friend and the burden of my duty, instead I decried my fate and looked away from what I'd done. As for what happened after, that you already know.
But if you hadn't become Lord, Menancia wouldn't be what it is now. The Danans there would still be suffering under Renan oppression like before.
Shion's right. What other lord would have treated me as you did? Anyone else and I would have been dead long ago. You've saved so many people, Dohalim. You saved me. It's thanks to you that I'm here today. So, try not to blame yourself. The burden you've placed on your own shoulders is too much for anyone to bear.
Frank as always. But I shall do my best to heed your advice.
Do you think he'll be all right?
Yeah, I think so. He's got Kisara.
It's important to have someone like that.
I didn't realize how difficult it is just to be there for someone.
Sometimes just knowing someone's on your side can be enough. And he knows, Shion. I promise he does.
I hope you're right. Alphen.
Yeah?
I never appreciated until recently just how much you were always there to support me.
It goes both ways. You've helped me keep going more times than I can count.
Maybe, but I still wanted to say thank you.
I see a medic and supply officer over there. If they know you're with me, they'll likely offer their assistance.
Damn it. Lenegis soldiers.
Any way we can avoid fighting them?
That all depends on them. Whatever happens, be ready.
Well, so much for them not wanting to fight.
Oh, I am Lord Dohalim of Elder Menancia. I command you.
Rest of the city must be erased.
No. Have they been brainwashed too?
Brainwashed or not, if they want to fight, they got one.
Leave the characters to me!
Now the enemy will arcs too.
You'll soon see about that.
Here I come! Dragon Swarm! Take down! It's over! It's almost too strong! Let it open! Be my guest!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! Dragon
You're mine! Dragon Swarm! Inferno Punch! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Raging Serpent Knuckle! Here's a hero!
My turn! Dragon Swarm!
I'll smash you!
My field gone! You're finished!
Not in your dreams!
Go away! Blast the shot! Take that! No! I'm not done! Score!
A whirling struggle.
Orochi Fury!
Do it!
Dohalim! In an instant! Impact Claw! My turn! Dohalim!
Hey! Blow them away!
Will this help?
My turn!
A whirling struggle.
Here I come!
Winds of
Dragon
fire.
Swarm! Orochi Fury!
Shattering the
Watch and
pieces!
Take it! You're mine! Dragon Roar! Ignite! I'm not done!
Do it! More with astral energy!
Say no more!
Those soldiers seem different from the citizens we've come across so far.
Yeah, they weren't big talkers, that's for sure. They just attacked without warning.
They weren't in the least bit fazed by Dohalim's presence either.
Indeed. They seem to recognize us as enemies, nothing more. And yet, traditionally, Lenegis hasn't been high on threats. A few frenzied Zeugles during experiments here and there, but not much else.
Their glazed-over eyes reminded me of the soldiers and slaves we met back in Ganath Haros. The ones in blind devotion to Volron.
I've never seen anything like that here on Lenegis before.
Maybe someone doesn't want us here, and the soldiers are their way of letting us know.
What with the Red Woman, the Sovereign, and Volron, they're starting to develop quite the growing list of adversaries. At least we'll know to keep our wits about us. What's this thing?
Gotta break through!
None shall escape my justice! Air thrust!
Dragon Claw!
Tectonic punch! As these lips can run rings around us!
Talon Hurricane!
Here! Flaming fury!
Burn!
Glacial spear! Piercing evil!
Orochi Fury!
Knuckle! Here goes! Thunder field! Here, let me help!
Take this!
Dragon Swarm!
Orochi Fury!
A whirling struggle! Searing flame! Reload!
You see what happened there as you crossed me. shouldn't have done that.
You're finished!
In here!
Dragon Swarm! Orochi's Fury! Plasma Shock!
None shall escape my judgment.
This one's all mine! Here I come! It's over! Dragon Swarm! Orochi's Fury!
Freeze laser! Raging cascade! I'm only getting started! Air thrust!
Here I
Whirling struggle!
Here it now!
In here!
It's Dark Devastation! Dark Wind! Take this! Orochi's Fury!
Explosion! Hear me! Flame of fury! Burning
Plasma Shock!
Here's the Volcanic Gale!
Take this!
Take
this! Dragon Swarm!
I'll heal you all!
Do it! Look sharp! Lightning Thunder Blade!
More!
Here we go again! No escape!
In here! I'll be saving this one by the power of water!
Plasma
Here
Shock!
goes! More where that came from!
You're mine!
In the wind! Air thrust!
I'm on it!
A whirling struggle!
Hurricane! Dragon Swarm! Light Burst Force!
Radiant Genesis!
I know fine weapon material when I see it. Normal creepy crawlies aren't disgusting enough.
Dragon Swarm! It's over! First strike! Dragon Swarm! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Here's a healing orb! Right there!
First strike!
A whirling struggle!
Serpent Knuckle!
Winds of heaven! First force!
This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Got it! I'll leave it to you! Orochi's Fury!
Wind astral energy! By the power of water!
Roll now! Take this!
Better!
Dragon Swarm!
Dance in the wind!
It's over!
Air thrust! Into the shadow!
A whirling struggle!
Headed Knuckle!
Winds of heaven!
Now! Okay!
In here! Gale force! Flame of fury! Lunar corruption!
Powered Hurricane! Not today! You're mine! It's over!
I'm out of ammo! Pile. Lightning condemned! I can do this all day!
It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire!
Lightning!
Now I'm real mad!
Here's a healing arc! Far beyond the darkest sky! Double Demon Fang! Here's a healing heart! Save you! Shooting Star!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
I'll heal you all! Far beyond the darkest
You picked the
sky.
wrong fight!
I call upon thee!
Swallow Blade!
An instant!
Double Demon Fang!
Shooting Star!
Eternal Devastation!
Far beyond the darkest sky! I call upon thee!
Flaming Throat!
Here's a healing heart! First aid! Here's an instant! Shooting Star! Annihilation! Lightning! Far beyond the darkest sky! I call upon thee! I'm all stuffed up!
It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire!
Far beyond the darkest sky! I call upon
Sonic Thrust! Sword Rain Alpha!
away! Explosion!
First Strike! Rising Phoenix!
Far beyond the darkest sky! I call upon thee!
I may have bit off more than I could chew.
Shooting Star!
Demon Fang!
Far beyond the darkest sky! I call upon
To be
thee!
let free!
I really owe you one.
Far beyond the darkest sky! I call upon thee!
Destruction!
Healing
I really owe you one.
Dragon Form! Pierce through!
Far beyond the darkest sky! I call upon thee! I'm all stuffed up!
That frickin' does it!
Shooting Star! Far beyond the darkest
No more
sky!
playing
I
nice!
call upon thee!
Demon Fang!
I'm only getting
This one's
started!
all mine.
Far beyond the darkest
just
sky!
getting started.
I call upon thee!
Dragon Form!
None shall escape my judgment! Shooting Star!
Now you see what I can all.
It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire!
Far beyond the darkest sky! I call forth! By the power of water!
I can do this all day.
Shooting Star! Far beyond the darkest sky! I call upon thee!
To be let free!
Shooting Star! Flame of Fury!
Do it!
Xion, Astral Energy! Full throttle!
Am I on a roll or what?
Well, look who's in a bright and shiny mood. An opponent like this should be easy.
First aid! Confiscated! Tempest Whirl! More without interruption! I'm the true gunslinger around here. You're whirling
Down! Six!
Names of heaven! Burst forth! By the power of water!
Leave the ensnaring to me.
Stand between heaven and earth!
Nothing gets by me!
A wailing banshee of what? Divine Savior! Radiant Spear! Savage Warrior! None shall escape my judgment!
I'm on it!
A wailing banshee of lightning!
Here, let me help.
I'm on it!
I'll
Smash you!
My beautiful!
Freezing storm!
Astral Voice?
That's my cue!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
None shall escape
Now or never. Can't get out of this!
Crunch! Orochi's Fury! You're mine! Here's the board! You're mine! Locked and loaded!
I don't even know the word defeat.
I owe you one!
Ready at
Glimmer Dragon! Dragon does it!
Now or never.
Go again! Storm!
Ignite!
Inspiration! I can do this all day!
We're not finished!
Now! Astral Energy! Full throttle!
My turn!
Will this work?
Dragon Swarm! Orochi's Fury!
Healing Circle! Firmament's Wrench now! Pull yourself together! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
I know fine weapon material when I see it. I won't forgive you!
The flame inside me! You're let free! Die!
Far beyond the dark! Take it up!
You picked the wrong fight! No
How long are we gonna keep this up for exactly?
Now you'll learn!
Dragon Swarm! Orochi's Fury! Touch the dust!
Here's the healing arc!
Touch the dust! I owe you one! Plasma Shot! Take it!
None shall escape my
Goodbye!
In here! Eagle Assault!
Orochi's Fury!
I'll finish you here and now!
Reload!
Here I come!
Mega Ray!
You're finished!
These sticks have got your name on them!
Come! Dragon Swarm!
Take this!
You're mine!
Do it!
This one's got your name on it!
Action to action!
Here, let me help.
Here I come!
Inspiration!
I can't heal you
Do this all day!
This is the win!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! I'm just getting
Here's the healing arc!
I'm not done!
First
Orochi's
aid!
Fury! Plasma Shock!
Round and ready!
Law, get toasty!
Burn strike!
Feel the flame inside me, yours to be let free!
Healing circle!
Do it!
Rolling!
Light burst forth!
Radiant Genesis! With this, I can become even stronger.
Those soldiers don't seem to have any qualms about attacking on sight.
Is someone making them... stand guard over the Forbidden Zone?
No choice!
Here I go! Listen!
Lightning deep dirt! I'm on!
Lunar Blast!
I'll run you through! Sharply! Time to cross blade! Watch this! Burn! Ready?
Glacial Spear! Here's evil! Far beyond the darkest sky! I call upon thee!
Swallow dance! I wanna roll now!
Be still! Luna Rondo! Rising Phoenix!
Reload!
Raging
Far
Blade!
beyond the darkest sky!
Swallow
I
dance!
call upon thee!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Take this! You're finished!
In a bind,
Raging Blade! Ignite!
I could do this all day!
Damn it! Out of ammo! Shooting star! Far beyond the darkest skies! I call upon thee!
I could do this all day! Here we go again!
A charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop it.
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! Dark wing!
Far beyond the darkest skies! I call upon thee!
I'll finish you here and now!
This one's mine!
Here throbs in pain.
Burning!
Take it! Swallow Blade!
Here's evil!
Rending Flash!
Shooting star!
Azure Storm! Demon Fang!
Nothing gets by me.
Denied!
Orochi's Fury!
Far beyond the darkest skies! I call upon thee!
Distracted! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Double Demon Fang! Double Demon! You picked the wrong fight!
Power of water! Talon Hurricane! Shooting Star! Far beyond the darkest sky! I call upon thee! That's Searing Flame! Shooting Star! Far beyond the ready to go!
Double Demon Fang!
By the power of water! I'll heal you all! Shooting Star!
Rising Wyvern! Star! Mirage! Burn!
Need to pull myself together.
Double Demon Fang! Destruction!
Now I'm in the
Demon Fang! Double
Shooting
Demon
Star!
Fang!
Escape my judgment! Far beyond the
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! Watch this!
Far beyond the darkest sky! I call upon thee!
Destruction! Crush!
Eagle
Dive! Double Demon Fang!
Shooting Star! First
Devastation!
freezing far beyond the darkest sky! I call upon thee!
Rising Wyvern! You picked the wrong fight!
Annihilation! Hear me! Shooting Star! Burning Far beyond the darkest sky! I call upon thee! It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire!
Rising Wyvern!
Far beyond the darkest healing!
Come to an end. I really owe you one.
Radiant Spear! Radiant Spear! Shooting Star! Far beyond the darkest sky! That'll bring you down!
Not today!
Here's a healing arc!
You're mine!
First aid!
I owe you
Shooting
one.
Star! Gravitas Field!
Thunderstorm!
Far beyond the darkest sky! I call upon thee! I'll heal you all!
Ready to go!
Healing circle! Now I'm only getting started! Far beyond the
These
darkest
fists has
sky!
got your name on them!
Call upon thee!
You picked the wrong fight!
Eagle assault!
Now
Shooting Star! Eagle assault!
finish it!
Lock! Demon's descent!
Flashing bang! There's always room for improvement.
Get lost!
In a bind?
Annihilation! Not in your dreams! Flame of Jericho!
I'm not done!
Dance in the wind!
I'll punch that gun out of your hand!
Explosive ring!
Raging Cascade!
I'll smash you!
This one's all mine!
Now for something special!
Not today!
This one's mine!
You're mine! Dragon Swarm!
Sealed!
Storm!
Where are you going? Here goes!
This isn't looking good!
Lightning Horn! Raging!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Here's a healing ray! Not on my watch! Far beyond the darkest sky! Searing flame! Reload! Here, let me help! First aid! Sealed!
Try to play inside my shirt!
Come to an end.
Here's a healing arc! First aid! Now!
I'll stop your movement!
And I'll stop your life!
Came between heaven and earth! A wailing banshee of lightning! Here's a healing arc!
Dragon Swarm!
In here!
Ferocious Fury! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Savage Sword! Burn in hell!
Lightning! Here's evil! More where that came from! Do it! Here! Go for it!
Prepare to crumble!
Ready, Diane, instant!
Dragon Sword!
Lock! Demons descend! Flashing fang! My turn! Now I'm in the groove! First sword! Lunar corruption! Rolling down!
In an instant! Impact block!
It was a close thing.
I see one, eh?
Confiscated!
Raging fire!
You won't bow out now! Then you leave me no choice!
What's this?
In here!
I can carve through one! My shield? Dragon form!
None of those
Circuit knuckle! Not the shot! This one's all mine! You shouldn't have messed with me! I'm on it! I'll run you through! We're not finished! You're mine! It's over! I'll smash you! You're mine! Take it! Dragon form! I can do this all day! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Will this help?
Fire support! It's over!
Do it!
Limbo!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
Here's a healing art!
Strut! Stay away from my friend! Go away!
I can't lose!
Here I come! You're mine! Dragon form!
Not on my watch!
You're finished! Roach's fury!
Do it! A whirling struggle! Astral energy!
Say no more!
Here's a healing art!
Dragon form! Roach's fury! We did it! No chance! Dragon form! I really owe you one. Inferno punch! Dragon form!
Do it!
River!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
My turn!
Anything in armor is all
Try harder! Now! Take it!
Do it!
Reload! Light burst forth!
Radiant citizen! I need to be stronger.
This must be it. The entrance to the Forbidden Zone.
But it's just a wall. How do we get through?
Whoa, we? I thought this was Sovereigns only.
Alphen.
Yes! It opened!
Interesting. If Alphen's presence still opens the way, it would seem the Sovereign of 3 centuries ago and now are considered one and the same.
What?
What the?
Alphen.
You again.
Tomorrow's the spirit channeling ceremony. We'll finally play our parts as the Sovereign and Maiden. How have you been feeling?
What am I sovereign of? Shuffled from lab to lab, always treated like an experiment. Whenever they look at me, all they see is a Dahnan. I don't even know what their precious ceremony's for. Let alone what they're going to force me to do as the Sovereign. Tell me, if we're both in the same boat, why do you seem so calm right now?
No choice. Becoming the Maiden's not something I wanted for myself. But they said Rena's prosperity depended on it. How could I say no after that?
Still, as a Renan, at least you got to decide. Good for you. Meanwhile, I was taken from my homeland. You aren't the captive one here.
It isn't right what they did to you, and I'm sorry for what it's worth. When this is over, I swear I'll help you get home. I can't do this alone. One more day.
How could I say no to that? It's not like I have any choice in the matter anyway. So, what's your name?
It's Naori. Naori Imaris. Try to remember this time.
You don't act like them. Like the other Renans, I mean. How come you treat me like a person?
Because you are. It's true we come from different worlds. But neither one of us asked to be here right now. In that sense, you and I are much the same. We couldn't do this. We wouldn't be able to talk to each other as people if we didn't see the humanity in each other. So I suppose the question you should be asking is, why wouldn't I treat you like one?
You're not like the others.
Maybe they're not like me.
Here's what we'll do. We give them their damn ceremony. You get me to Dana. That'll be the end of it. I'm taking you at your word on this. I'm trusting you, not them. Naori.
What the hell just happened?
That vision. Did everyone else see it too?
That person Alphen was speaking to, she looked exactly like Shion.
It was Naori. Naori Imaris. Isn't that right?
Yeah, that's right.
She really does look like Shion. I'm beginning to see why Alphen was so confused.
That's all very well and fine, but what did we just witness exactly? It was too real to be a mere hallucination.
It was a conversation we had 300 years ago. The night before the ceremony.
You mean all of that really happened? We just saw an episode straight out of your past?
But how is that even possible? Unless... Could this be the Red Woman's handiwork too?
No, I don't think so.
Why not?
You guys didn't feel it? The moment the entrance opened, It was like a stream of Danon astral energy rushing over us.
I felt it too. And not for the first time either. It was the same sensation as back inside the wedge.
That would make sense. After all, vast amounts of Dana's astral energy were being siphoned and sent up here to Lenegus. For all we know, perhaps we're close to the spot where all that energy was stored.
So you think it might have been the energy itself that was responsible for that vision we just saw? But how? And why?
We have no way of knowing. Maybe it's not even as deliberate as all that.
Shion, you okay?
Yeah. It was all just a little sudden. That's all. So that was my ancestor, huh? It was like looking into a mirror.
Yeah, there certainly is a resemblance.
What about you? How are you holding up?
Me?
Even putting aside the question of where that vision came from, it's likely we'll see more of those. Reliving painful episodes from your past. Do you think you can handle it?
I can't just pretend like the past never happened. Besides, if it helps us uncover the truth of what that ceremony really was, it might also lead to answers about your thorns.
Alphen.
That's not all. This whole time, we've been fighting to free Dana from the Renans. But now that we're here, it seems those same Renans might have it just as bad. I'd like to liberate them too, if I can. Which is just another reason I can't afford to shield my eyes from the truth.
Whether you're on Dana or somewhere else, you always stay the same. Your indignation and righteous passion, your desire to free and protect, they're all hardwired into you. Not that I'm complaining. Come on, let's bust this thing wide open.
Nobody's here.
Stay sharp. After that last illusion, there's no telling what could happen in here.
Varia, how did you get in here?
Wait. Something about her isn't right.
What's wrong with her? She doesn't even seem to know where she is.
Yeah, you're right. She looks just like the soldiers we encountered outside.
A summoning?
But that's preposterous. She never had that kind of power when...
We can talk later. Here it comes!
What? I've never known Varia to control Zugos like that before.
How about with a stone that looks suspiciously like a master sword?
Where did she get her hands on that?
First we handle the Zugos. Then... Commander.
Go for the weak point! Far beyond the darkest sky! I hold thee!
Hear it now!
By the power of strength! Shooting star!
Too much!
Far beyond the darkest sky! I hold thee! Here's the healing!
Spear!
Birthday!
In a vine?
Dragon Swarm! Dragon Swarm!
Shooting star!
Shion keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Got it! I'll leave it to you!
What is... Hey, you okay?
I can still do this!
Darkest skies! I call upon thee!
Really owe you one.
I'll bring you back from death's abyss!
Far enough!
Far beyond the darkest skies! I call upon thee! Here! Shooting star! Close one! Far beyond the darkest skies! What's this? Far beyond the darkest skies! I call upon thee! Blazer!
Dark Wind!
Nice annihilation! Radiant Double! Shooting star! Far beyond...
Leave the charge to me!
While it's reeling!
Take it down! Shooting star! Here's a healing arm!
Here and now! You're on!
Demon flame! Reload!
Denied!
Far beyond the dark... Demon flame! Graviton field! Radiant pierce! Far beyond the darkest sky! I call upon thee! Healing circle!
Dragon forward!
Radiant pierce! Far beyond the darkest sky! Far beyond the darkest sky! I call upon thee! Annihilation! Damage! Flame of the fury! Burning strike! Glacial spear! Here's evil! Far beyond the darkest sky! I call upon thee!
What's this?
Freezing storm! Shooting star! Tornado! Far beyond the darkest sky! First aid!
I owe you one.
Serpent knuckle! Shooting star! Burning strike! Glacial spear!
Double demon fang!
I'll heal you far beyond the darkest sky! I call upon thee! Healing
Quiver dragon! Eat dirt!
Burning strike! Shooting star! Far beyond the darkest sky! I call upon thee!
These fists have got your name on them!
Demon fang! Kill demon fang!
Shooting star!
Eternal devastation!
Alvin! Astral energy!
Say no more.
Mega ray! Annihilate beyond the darkest sky! I call upon thee! Glacial spear!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Glacial spear! Pierce evil! Far beyond the darkest sky! I call upon thee! Far beyond the darkest sky! I call upon thee! Don't give up! I'll bring you back from death's abyss! Here's a healing arm! First aid! Far beyond the darkest sky! I call upon thee!
Far enough!
Far beyond... Here, let me help! First aid!
Swallow dance! All
Demon
you're
fury!
on now! Dragon forward! You picked the wrong fight!
Sealed! Healing circle!
Demon fang!
Radiant
Rising
pierce!
wyvern! Blazing flame!
Glacial spear! Pierce evil! Far beyond the darkest skies! I call upon thee! Healing circle!
Watch it! You're on!
Shooting star! Far beyond the darkest skies! I call upon thee!
The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Explosion! Far beyond the darkest skies! I call upon thee!
Not done yet!
I'll heal you all!
Inspiration!
Here! Healing circle! Far beyond the darkest skies! I call upon
This one's
thee!
mine!
Lunar Eagle assault! Annihilation! Now standing set! Far beyond the darkest skies! It's weakened! I call upon thee!
This ends now!
Radiant pierce!
Nothing gets by me!
Here's a healing art! Far beyond the name! Far beyond the darkest skies! I pierce evil! Thee!
This one's mine!
Freeze blazer!
Here and now!
Will this help? Shooting star! Far beyond the darkest skies! I call upon thee! Far beyond the darkest skies!
Got him on the run.
Don't get cocky!
Right.
Far beyond
Still
the...
anyone's fight.
Here, let me help! First aid! Glacial spear! Pierce evil! Freeze blazer!
Blazing
Here's evil!
No! It can't end here!
Better! Nothing gets by me! I'll bring you back from death's abyss! I'll bring you back from death's abyss! Resuscitation! Here's a healing arm! Thanks so much!
Burn out!
That move!
Here comes the big one! Double demon!
Sorry!
Do it! Demon! Bang!
I'll bring you back from death's abyss!
Is this it?
Don't leave me! I've still got some fight left in me. None shall escape.
This should do it!
It's over.
Double demon!
By the power of water. Here, flame of
Double demon! I can't move!
I hear evil. Great pleasure. Do not bring you back from death far beyond the resuscitation.
First strike! Shattering!
All dead. Close one.
Watch
Far beyond ready. Hear me, flame of fury. Burning strike. Glacial spear. Pierce evil. Far beyond the darkest sky. I call upon thee.
Burn!
I can do this all day. Shooting star. Far beyond the darkest sky. I call upon thee. Healing soul. Need to pull myself together. Far beyond the darkest sky. I call upon ring knife. Lunar blast. Far beyond the darkest skies. I call upon thee. Far beyond the darkest skies. I call upon thee.
This one's mine!
Radiant pierce. Watch this. Do it. Eat this. Alvin, astral energy.
Say no more!
Now it's just her! Faria! Can you hear me? Faria!
She's preparing another summoning! The art she's casting is way too powerful to control. At this rate, her body won't be able to take much more. Dohalim!
Forgive me.
Man, I thought we were goners.
Everything okay?
Yes. She's only unconscious.
Not her. I meant you.
Shion, please. Can you treat her?
I can try, but I can't promise she'll be back to her real self when she wakes up. All I can do is heal her physically.
We're not even supposed to be in here. Maybe it'd be better if we moved her to somewhere a little safer. Don't you think?
In that case...
I'll take her off your hands.
You?
Avakir, what are you doing here?
I was curious what you were up to, so I took the liberty of following you to find out. I overheard what you said about Tarnigan, about how he really died. I'm sorry, I had no idea.
And you believed me? What makes you so sure I wasn't lying?
I like to think I know you a little better than that, Dohalim. Give me some credit. I'll take Faria. Leave her with me. I know better than to ask what you're up to. But whatever it is, I hope it all works out.
Thank you.
He seems like a good friend.
He hasn't changed. He never was one to stand out. Instead, he was always hanging back, worrying about everyone else. As for Faria, it's always the closest to me who get hurt.
You don't seriously blame yourself for what happened to her, do you?
Somebody got to her, to strike back at me. Someone who knew me well enough to know that I'd hesitate to fight back. And the same goes for you as well. Neither you nor Faria would have lost loved ones. if it wasn't for me.
You're wrong. Kelzelik was the one who killed my brother, under orders from Almadria. As for Tarnagin, if it weren't for the crown contest, he'd still be alive. That and the whole damn hierarchy that makes it possible. But that's why we're fighting. To put an end to this whole messed up system that treats people as expendable.
Indeed. Ridding society of this blight is really the only way I know how to atone for my sins.
You can't atone, Dohalim. I know it hurts to hear, but those people are dead. No amount of soul-searching or trying to make amends is going to change that. Forgiveness, acceptance, those ships have sailed.
So I just forget the harm I caused?
No, the opposite, in fact. You remember. You never forget. You keep it in your heart always. And then you go on living. Not for those already passed, but for those still alive.
For those still alive.
Kisara's right. So long as we've still got breath in our bodies, we can make a difference in the lives of others. Lives being the operative word.
That's what living's all about. Being able to still make a difference. Punishing yourself for the past won't make the pain of your conscience go away.
Only fixing the problem in its stead. Is that what you're saying?
That's right. You have to live for tomorrow, Dohalim, not for yesterday. And not only that, you need to live for yourself, and for the change that you still can be.
I shall try.
Don't forget, we've still got a mystery to solve. The Forbidden Zone, remember?
Shion.
Huh?
Thank you. You have my deepest gratitude for what you did for Faria.
Glad to be of service.
I'm glad we could stop Faria without hurting her.
You all did much for her as well. I'm most grateful.
Oh, shucks. We're on the same team, right? What is it, Rinwell? Do you hear something again?
Yeah. It's that voice.
The will of Dana's astral energy.
What? There's so much astral energy. But where's it all coming from? It's almost like it's alive.
that was the spirit channeling ceremony just now. No, it was more than that.
What the hell was that? It felt like everything was on the brink of... like the whole world was seconds from...
Oblivion. It's the same vision as the one my thorns show me. A vision of impenetrable darkness that swallows up us and everything else.
An empty void. A nothing so complete and dominating that there aren't even words to describe it. The end of time.
The visions of the apocalypse you've been seeing. If I'd known how bad they were,
So, everything we just saw, those were Naori's memories, right?
That's right. It was as if her innermost thoughts were speaking directly to us. At least I know they weren't mine.
That power flowing into her, it reminds me of Shion's thorns. If they're what's responsible for all these visions she's been having, then maybe...
Maybe my thorns are made from that same astral energy?
If that is the case, we just found the missing link between your thorns and what happened here 3 centuries ago. No, more than a link. Perhaps even the very heart of the matter.
I've never felt astral energy so powerful. What was that?
If it's the same energy your thorns are made of, it must be dark astral energy, right? And isn't that something only Renans have?
Correct. Dark astral energy is possessed by Renans alone.
And when enough astral energy gathers together, it develops its own form of sentience. If so, maybe that complete oblivion is exactly what the Renan astral energy's will is wishing for. But why?
I don't know. Will can be a pretty vague thing to nail down. It's more of a feeling, just like the will of Dana.
But the will of Dana is made up of astral energy too, right? And if that's what's been showing us these visions... I don't know, should we really be getting so involved with this thing?
Dana's will would never want oblivion.
But you can't say that for sure.
Cut it out, you two. Squabbling over theories will get us nowhere.
Let's keep moving. If it's Dana's will showing us these memories, then I'm as clueless about its motives as any one of us. But if it could lead us to the truth, then I want to find out more.
Shion's right. All we can do is keep going. If these really are Naori's memories we're watching, there could be truths in them I was never aware of. And I think they may be the kinds of truths I need to confront if we're going to keep fighting.
I'm sorry about what I said earlier. Come on, let's go.
Finally, we begin to understand what the thorns are.
Yes, and their source. A ceremony that occurred 3 centuries ago.
But we still don't know how to get rid of them. I just hope we can find a way. Soon, we might very well learn the truth behind Shion's thorns. As well as my own past, I have to be ready to face anything. Whatever happens. I'm determined to save Shion and Dana. Nothing I learn can change that.
Do you think Faria was really being controlled by someone?
Certainly seemed that way. The question is, who? The Red Woman?
The same person who's behind all of this, I'll bet. Whoever that is.
Brainwashed or otherwise, the feelings of resentment she holds towards me are real.
Someone used her because they knew we'd hold back. If that's not playing dirty, I don't know what is.
It does tell us one thing at least. Someone here in Lenegis is watching us. Someone who means us harm.
There's no question. That attack was meant for us alone.
But by someone capable of getting inside a person and manipulating them like a weapon. We need to find whoever it is, fast.
That vision we saw. It was as if it was meant specifically for us.
What do you make of it? Do you still think the will of Dana might be involved somehow?
Maybe it's trying to tell us something. But what?
Well, it could be supernatural. You know, like seeing dead people, messages from beyond the grave, ghost-type stuff.
That's your grand theory? That we're being haunted? Come on, Law.
Wait. He might be closer to the mark than you think. What if a person's thoughts and deeds were to somehow become indelibly etched into the ether of a place? And what if those with a connection could then somehow pick up on them?
You think that's what it was? Some kind of message someone left here for us?
I am merely entertaining the possibility. Whether it was Dana's will, or somehow connected to the Sovereign and Maiden's powers, I do not know.
Okay, back up a sec. You're saying that if a place is full of enough astral energy, it can somehow show us events that happened centuries ago?
More to the point, how does that much astral energy gather in one place anyway? Seems unlikely it happened naturally.
Whatever it was, it survived here intact for 300 years. Whoever left it for us, the strength of their intent is beyond doubt.
The strength of their intent? Hold up, you guys.
What is it?
I want to look through that room over there. I'm curious what we'll find.
That's the room you visited in your past, right? Sure. We can check it out. This looks like some kind of research facility.
A laboratory secreted away in the Forbidden Zone. Why am I past being surprised at this point?
Looks pretty deserted.
Let's check it out. It might give us a new lead.
the people of Lenegus, the Forbidden Zone is the stuff of dreams. Yet here I am, standing within its hallowed halls.
It's off limits even for lords, then? Talk about an exclusive club.
Being exclusive is one thing, but how many important facilities let in only the Sovereign? Doesn't that seem a little strange?
Strange doesn't cover it. If it was only one room, maybe. But a place on this scale? How did they keep it from falling into ruin? Whoever the Sovereign is, they can't manage the upkeep of this whole place themselves.
Did no one ever talk about it when you were growing up?
No, not that I can remember. Then again, Sovereigns and Forbidden Zones weren't exactly breakfast table conversations.
The Forbidden Zone is a hallowed place, at one with the Sovereign's authority. Grounds of the one true ruler who presides over all Renans. That is what we believed this place to be. No, what we were made to believe it was. But now, it is finally time to discover this area's true purpose, and why it was kept hidden behind the scenes for so long. I think I can make this work.
Well, can you make head or tail of it?
These are experiment records, by the looks of it. Reams of them, dating back hundreds of years. Let's see. A composite being capable of controlling Danan astral energy, so as to convert its molecular and elemental makeup. The creation of a governing central figure, taking the form of a Danan. Codename Sovereign.
Sovereign?
Wait, there's more. Research into utilizing force field crystals for the purpose of stable astral energy containment. That must be the Master Cores. With all this raw data, there's bound to be records here somewhere about the Maiden and the Lords, too.
About the Lords? Why would they be on there?
Think about it. The Lord's crests are clearly of a piece with those of both the Sovereign and the Maiden. Not to mention the fact that the contenders to the crown are selected from otherwise regular Renan citizens. In other words, it may be that all Renans are unwittingly being made subject to some kind of grand scheme.
What about the Sovereign? Does it say anything else?
Where do I start? All I've read so far is the headlines. There's so much here. To sift through all of it would require specialized... Wait.
What is it? Did you find something?
It's a list of names, with the title, Test Subjects, Sovereign. It's your call.
Read it.
There must be dozens of test subjects listed here. Hundreds even. All of them failures. Wait, I think I've found one that was successful. Test subject number 1273. Ethnicity, NA. Unique adjustment index, generation, NA. Given name, Alphen.
They re-engineered me. Right here in this lab.
Alphen.
It's fine, really. What about the others? Was I the only one?
Test subject number 10105. Ethnicity, NA. Unique adjustment index, generation, NA. Given name, Volron.
Volron? But that means...
He's only Sovereign because someone made him that way too.
He's the last one. In 3 centuries worth of records, you and Volron are the only 2 subjects on whom the experiment was a success.
But what about the winners of the crown contests? Does this mean that none of them were ever crowned sovereign after all?
Upon victory, the Sovereign shall return to Rena and rule over Rena and Lenegis combined. When a new Sovereign is decided, the outgoing monarch shall relinquish their post and live out the rest of their days on Rena. So we were told. But according to these records, there have only ever been 2 Sovereigns, neither of whom had anything to do with the crown contest. It's all lies, including the part about the Sovereign residing in Rena. The crown contest was never about deciding a new ruler. It must always have been devised for some other purpose.
But even supposing that's true, someone must have been in charge for the past 3 centuries, right? If it wasn't the Sovereign, then who was it?
Crown contests have been held this whole time, in spite of the fact that there was already a Sovereign. Me. Meaning that for the past 300 years, someone out there has to have been maintaining that lie. The same person I'm willing to bet is behind all this.
The Red Woman?
It's possible. But that doesn't necessarily mean she's the mastermind behind this scheme. She could be working for someone else. Someone back on the Renan homeworld.
Either way, it's fair to say she's definitely involved somehow.
What about the data records? Is there no other information that could help us?
Not that I can see. Just file upon file of experiment results. There's nothing here about who's behind all this, or what their endgame is, unfortunately. I've barely managed to scratch the surface, mind you. You won't be able to read through it all, but you're welcome to take a look through what you can, while we're here.
I'll do that.
So this is where Alphen became the Sovereign, and Volron as well. The significance of this location would suggest...
Hey, it looks like the terminals in here turned on too.
We should look through them. They might contain valuable information.
Only 2 Sovereigns in over 300 years. So why has the experiment only succeeded twice in all this time? And if that's the case, why keep on doing it? Was there really no other way? Or could there be some other reason?
Dohalim.
Forgive me.
Alphen.
I'm fine. I'm just a little shaken, that's all. I knew what I was already, so it's not like it's a surprise or anything. But it's strange. I've got all this rage inside of me, but I don't even know who it's for. I'm scared that I'll put a face to it, just to have someone to blame.
If that were to happen, then No. Then we'd help you fight it, before you ever got that far. Wouldn't we, everyone?
Yeah, we wouldn't just sit by and watch you spiral out of control.
That's right. No good can come from being consumed by hatred.
If you ever start to lose your way, you can count on us to guide you back. To remind you where home is.
And I would be happy to lend an attentive ear, should you ever have need.
Thank you, everyone. I think I'll be okay now. Naori, I...
Don't talk. I have to do this. I gave you my word that I'd help you return to Dana. The next time you open your eyes, you'll be home.
But you...
My place is here with my people. I still have a duty to fulfill. I'm sorry for what you've endured. Renan never should have dragged you into this. It's not your burden to bear.
But...
The mask contains a sedative. It should keep your mind from tearing itself apart any further. Let yourself go to sleep. This should help with the pain. Time to go, Elfin. Farewell.
Naori...
His injuries are worse than I thought. Short-term treatment isn't going to cut it. I'll have to switch the healing pod to long-term hibernation mode. The chance of surviving hibernation's less than 10%? And worse, long-term use of the mask carries a high risk of damaging his mind and nervous system. But... If I don't head back, Lenegis will be nothing but ashes, and this starship along with it. I don't know if I can fulfill my promise to you, Alphen. But if doing this will grant you even the slightest chance, I have to try. I hope it's enough. Please, live for me, Alphen. That vision. It must have been from when Naori helped Alphen escape Lenegis.
She sure went above and beyond the call of duty.
Even with Lenegis crumbling down around her, she chose to stay put with her people.
So that's why you lost your memories and sense of pain, and why you were asleep for that whole time. It was all the result of one agonizing decision Naori made to save your life.
Yeah. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't even be alive today. I owe her everything. More than I could ever hope to repay.
Now that you know how she felt, how do you plan on honoring her wishes?
She kept her promise. If the Renan people she fought so desperately to protect are at risk from a malevolent force, then I owe it to her to carry on her fight. Naori was the one who put that mask on me, and made me Iron Mask.
She did it to prevent your soul from tearing itself apart. She knew you might lose your memories and sense of pain as a result. But more than anything, she wanted you to survive. And you did.
This place. We've seen this in one of Naori's memories.
Of course. After 300 years, this is where it was held. The spirit channeling ceremony. This is where the Renis Alma was.
So this is the place where you and Naori...
The Renis Alma isn't here now. Nor is the Red Woman, it seems.
I know it's difficult, Alphen, but there will be time to dwell on the past later. For now, we need to keep moving. Come on.
Naori.
What is this? Is it the work of Dana's will again?
It's been a year since the ceremony. That day, I shut away inside of myself the power that caused Alphen to lose control. Since then, my visions of the future have grown more and more fearsome.
Is this another memory? No, it's different this time. It's like she's speaking directly to us.
What we did back then. Not so much as a day passes when I don't think about it. About what was done to us. All in the name of a ceremony. The purpose of which we were never even told. As Sovereign, they linked Alphen's consciousness to Lenegis itself. The Renis Alma was intended to control his power, lest anything should slip through its cracks. That day, as Maiden, my role was to temper his power. I was meant to guide it forth, and give shape to the strength inside of him.
Linked to Lenegis itself? But then, everything that's been happening...
But that power showed me a vision. A vision of oblivion. When I realized that vision was a prophecy of the apocalypse we were about to unleash, I couldn't go through with it. But without a maiden, the ceremony was doomed. Alphen lashed out, his consciousness no longer his own. I did what I could. Using my abilities as the maiden, I tried to seal that power away inside of me. But it was too late. Lenegis had already been brought to its knees. Thousands upon thousands of lives so cruelly snuffed out. All because of me. Because of what I had done. With the destructive force now slumbering inside of me, I knew I had to find a way to dispose of it. Anything to make up for my failure. But I didn't know how. Especially since that power was astral energy itself. In which case, ironically enough, the Renis Alma seemed to be my best bet. That, at least, would hold the astral energy dormant. Assuming that no malevolent third party got to it first. With the Sovereign and Maiden's combined power, perhaps I could shift the chaotic energy inside me into the Renis Alma instead. That's what I hoped, but alas, it was not to be. The Renis Alma was lost, and Alphen, the Sovereign, was in a starship bound for Dana. My only choice was to seal away the destructive force inside of me using my powers as the Maiden, to buy the world what little time I could. The time needed for a new Renis Alma to be crafted, and for a new Sovereign to appear. Even if by doing so, it meant I would be passing the curse on to my descendants as well. Please, forgive me. I never meant to burden the future world with this threat too. I only wish that there was something more I could have done.
Wait, you can't just... Naori.
That message just now, was it directly from Naori? Or was it the Danon voice speaking through her?
What?
These are the clothes that Naori and I wore during the ceremony 3 centuries ago.
So you're saying this is the Maiden's outfit?
That's right. These clothes are designed to resonate with the Sovereign and Maiden's abilities. They focus and enhance them.
And they appeared now because...
Naori must have left them here for the new Sovereign and Maiden, knowing the day would come when they would need them in their fight against the Thorns.
These outfits are directly linked to the answers we've been chasing this whole time. If they're here, it must mean it was Naori's will for us to find those answers as well.
Locating the Renis Alma would allow us to neutralize the dark astral energy inside Shion, thereby silencing her thorns. Is that what Naori's suggesting?
It makes sense. After all, Master Cores and Spirit Vessels are both able to prevent the astral energy inside them from developing sentience. By that logic, it would stand to reason that the Renis Alma would have the same ability on a larger scale.
We have a Maiden and Sovereign. Now all we need is the Renis Alma, and we'll finally be able to free you of your thorns. Shion.
It's possible? You really think so?
I do. We can rid you of your thorns and stop the world from falling to oblivion.
However, the spirit channeling ceremony already failed once. Even if our goal is different this time, we can't be sure the same thing won't happen again. We should take care not to be too optimistic.
You're right. It's the barest sliver of a chance. But if there's even the slightest hope it can work, I'm willing to stake everything I've got on it.
I know it's too early to let myself feel relieved, but... I just can't seem to help it. Just hearing there's the slightest chance, even though I know the world's still in great peril. It's selfish of me, I know, but still...
No, it isn't! You found hope to believe in. It'd be strange if you weren't over the moon about it.
Rinwell's right. We can rid you of your curse and still save the world at the same time.
Thank you. Naori entrusted us with the fate of all humanity. Now, it's up to us to prove that trust was well placed.
Starting with a little game called Hunt the Renis Alma.
Yeah, we've come all this way. Now we just need to search Lenegis and Rena until we find it.
Yeah, we can protect the world and save Shion at the same time.
I too shall lend my services. My knowledge of Renin lore is bound to be a useful asset.
And they say modesty is dead.
Miracles just seem to follow wherever you go, huh?
How do you know it's me they're following? We're all in this together, Shion. You included. Now let's get moving, shall we? Last I heard, we had an apocalypse to stop. Thank you, Naori. So Naori sealed away the power that made me lose control of myself. She stopped my rampage and saved my life. But then, that power she'd sealed away was passed down to you. I'm so sorry, Shion.
It's my fault that you're cursed.
You're wrong. What happened to you was because of the ceremony, and Naori's attempt to stop Oblivion. You paid a heavy price for it, and then fell asleep for 300 years. The reason you lost your memories
is the reason for your curse.
The thorns.
It all leads back to them. But once they're gone, we can finally put an end to all this.
When my thorns are gone, I never dared to dream that such a thing could be possible. No. The truth is, I think maybe I've always been dreaming about a life without my thorns. The touch of my family, or playing with my friends, holding hands with Rinwell, or giving Law a deserved smack, embracing everyone. All the normal things that people do together. I always wished I could experience them for myself, and finally know what they were like. Is it really okay for me to believe it can happen? I'm so scared of getting my hopes up. What if it doesn't work out in the end, and...
That's not going to happen. I'm here to make sure it won't. Forget fate or destiny or anything else. We're going to live a normal life. There are a lot of things you still want to do, right?
Yeah, you're right. It's such a strange feeling. I know that we've still got plenty of fighting up ahead. And it's for my sake. So I can live.
You're worth fighting for.
I believe you, Alphen.
Good. I'll keep on fighting. For as long as it takes. Until our future is finally in our hands.
Sounds like this Naori chick had quite the big heart.
Her position demanded nothing less. From the sound of things, she didn't focus on differences, least of all those between Renans and Danans.
Yeah. It was Naori who first showed me that such a thing was even possible. And then she saved my life by sending me back home to Dana.
Not only that, but she willingly stayed behind on Lenegis for the sake of her people. It sounds like she was quite the hero, all right. A truly caring person.
It's as if walls meant nothing to her. The ones separating the Renans from the Danans, or herself from others. She had no need for them.
Which basically meant that she never had anything to break down in the first place, huh? Yeah. I think you may be right about that.
You inherited that legacy. Her wish for the world.
Don't I know it?
She's kind of like a lodestar guiding our way, showing us what we can aspire to.
That's quite some door, all right. This might finally be it. The heart of the beast.
We'll find the Renis Alma and the Red Woman inside, right?
After everything we've been through to get here, they damn well better be.
We'll probably be needing you to open this one for us, Sovereign.
Go for it, Alphen.
This is it, guys. Time to see what secrets are in store.
We're a long way from the residential quarters now. It looks completely different.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, this place... it reminds me more of being back inside the Wedge.
Except the Danon astral energy feels even stronger here.
In a portion of the city reserved purely for the Renin Sovereign.
Maybe he just has strange tastes?
This place looks like it has been here for quite some time now. If its design were a matter of personal preference, we would be talking from centuries ago. Or perhaps even further back. Still, this isn't the sort of decadence of taste spoken of in artistic circles. So what is it then?
Hold up, decadence? Artistic circles?
When a preference is indulged to its extreme, it descends into kitsch, eccentricity for the sake of it. I'd be happy to illuminate you further.
That depends. Does it involve you buying me lunch?
The void that art fills isn't the stomach, it's the soul.
In that case, I'll let you know the next time my soul starts to rumble.
Now all we need is something to fill up the void inside your head.
Shut up!
Volron! He really was still alive.
And there's the Renis Alma. Then, is this another spirit channeling ceremony?
Wait, though. Something doesn't seem right here.
Once more, the powers must be united. Born from the fires of chaos, the world does seek its rightful state. All must be sacrificed in the heart of Rena, at the shrine of the true sovereign.
What has happened to him? He's lost himself, reduced to a mere cog in a machine.
Hey, look! Over there!
Isn't that the Maiden's crest?
Can it be that this entire chamber is meant to act as a substitute for the Maiden?
It looks like it's still running, but... are we already too late to stop the ceremony?
If that's what caused Lenegis' transformation, then the purpose of the ceremony must have been to drain all the astral energy out of Dana.
But for what purpose? What could possibly need astral energy on that sort of scale?
I don't know. But whatever it is, I'll bet it's connected to those visions of oblivion. Regardless, we cannot stand by and let them steal Dana's energy. That said, we should retrieve the Renis Alma. Because right now, we need that most of all.
He's not gonna lunge at us out of nowhere, right?
Not the time, Law.
Alphen, look!
The Red Woman! So we finally found you. I have a lot of questions for you.
Wait!
What?
They all have the same face? How is that even possible?
what I think. They're the true rulers of Rena!
They're not feeling particularly talkative.
It's no use, Elton. If we don't fight, we may as well be sitting ducks here.
Good point. Let's stop them before this gets out of hand.
Here, Blazer! I'll be saving this one!
Here I come! Dragon Swarm!
Oh, sparkling
Here, let me help.
Rain
Orochi's Fury!
I can do this all day! Here I go! Here's a healing arm!
Dragon Swarm!
I can do this all day!
Try this!
Freezing storm!
This one's all mine!
Here, let me help!
Burn! Lots of duck! Burn!
Lunar corruption! Here! Be saving this one!
Here, let me help.
Dragon Swarm!
Far beyond the darkest sky! I call upon thee! I can do this all day! Far beyond the darkest sky! I call upon thee!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Far beyond the darkest sky! I call upon thee!
You'll pay for that!
Far beyond the darkest sky! I call upon thee!
Back from death to death.
Thanks!
I'll bring you back from
Shooting
death.
star! Now for something spectacular!
Demon Fang! Pierce through!
Far beyond the darkest sky! I call upon thee!
Burn! Here I come!
Lunar corruption!
I'm on! Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang! Destruction!
Far beyond the darkest sky! I call upon thee!
Carve through armor!
Thanks! Just what I needed!
It can't be happening.
You! Stay away from my friends!
Ready to go! Far beyond the darkest sky! I call upon thee!
Demon Fang! Burn in hell!
Sealed!
Double Demon...
Ready to go!
Can't move!
Lightning! Downfall!
I'll bring you back from death to...
Far beyond the darkest sky!
Here, let me help.
Far beyond the darkest sky! I call upon thee! Here!
Rising
Into the
Wyvern!
shadows! Shooting star! Too much to handle?
I won't give up.
Far
Stay
beyond
away
the
from my
darkest
friend.
sky! I call upon thee!
Rising Wyvern!
Shooting star!
Dragon Swarm! Try this!
assault!
Explosive ring!
Inspiration!
What was I thinking?
Far beyond the darkest sky! I call upon thee!
Can't get out of this!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Annihilation!
Raining
By the
blast!
power of
Eternal
shooting
devastation!
star!
Destruction! Crush!
Explosion! Far beyond the darkest sky! I call upon thee! Resuscitation! I'll heal you all!
Double Demon Fang!
Shooting star!
I'm on it! I'll run you
Not
through!
today!
Far beyond the darkest sky! I call upon thee!
Hurricane!
Eagle
Double
Fly!
Demon Fang!
What? Sorry!
Oh, you...
Gonna
pay for that!
Power of flame! Vanish without a trail!
Anna! Alex Storm!
Not with the darkest!
Take this!
I'll bring you back from death to this.
Far beyond the darkest sky! I call upon thee!
Double Demon Fang!
Not done yet!
Into the shadows!
Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang!
It's time to finish this. Die! Consuming wildfire! Here, let me
Far
help.
beyond the darkest sky! Here
Ignite!
Swallow dance!
Storm!
By the
Double
Shooting
Demon Fang!
star!
Ready and ready! What? I can carve through all!
Far beyond the darkest skies, I call upon thee! Radiant here!
I'm on Swallow Blade!
Hear me! Flame of fury! Far beyond the darkest skies, I call
Not
upon
today!
thee!
Hurricane! Burn! Dragon Swarm!
Shooting star! Far
Blade!
beyond the darkest skies, healing
Swallow
circle!
Dance!
Far beyond the darkest skies,
Glacial
I
Spear.
call upon
Here's
thee!
evil.
Far beyond the darkest skies, I call upon thee!
Can't move!
Don't give up! Shooting dragon!
Glacial Spear. Here's evil.
I've let you all down.
I'll
Bring you back from death's abyss.
I can't heal you forever. Shooting star! Lunar corruption! Luna! Cyanid wasn't weak.
I'll bring you back from death's abyss.
Far beyond the darkest skies,
What the?
Not done yet!
ready to go.
Sword Rain Alpha!
Far beyond the darkest skies, I call upon thee. Shooting star! Close one.
Here, let me help.
Not done yet! Last lift shot!
Just what the doctor ordered.
Dragon Swarm! Burn!
If it's in the sky, it's mine. Annihilation!
Ocean Fury! It's Inferno Pump! Eternal
Far
Battle!
beyond the darkest sky, I call upon thee!
Anything in armor!
Far
Demon Fang!
Far beyond the darkest sky,
Devastation!
I call upon thee! Hear me! Flame of fury! Burning! Far beyond the
Glacial
darkest
Spear.
sky!
Here's evil.
No!
Here's a healing
Can't
art!
end here!
Don't leave me!
I'll bring you back from death's abyss.
Resuscitation!
Here, let me help.
Not
First
done yet!
aid! Shooting star! Far beyond the darkest sky! I call upon
Demon
thee!
Fang! Demon Fang!
Far beyond the darkest sky! I call
Glacial
upon
Spear.
thee! Far
Here's
beyond the
evil.
darkest sky! I
You picked the
call
wrong
upon
fight.
thee! Lancer! By the power of shooting star! Lightning! Far beyond the darkest sky! I call upon thee!
Azure Storm! Double Demon Fang!
Just what the doctor ordered!
Azure Storm! Demon Fang! Rotista! It's
I can't
Dazzle! Double Demon Fang! No further! Demon Fang!
Let me help! First aid! Far beyond the darkest sky! I call upon thee!
I can do this all
By
day!
the power of flame!
If it's in the sky,
Shooting
it's
star!
mine.
Here goes! Far beyond the darkest sky! I call upon thee! Burning
Talon Storm! Demon Fang!
Let me help!
Talon
Seal!
I owe you one! Eagle! Watch this! Sword Rain Alpha! Burn in hell!
Can't be happening! I can't Far beyond the darkest sky! I call upon thee!
Rising Phoenix! Swallow
Now or
Dance!
never.
Searing flame! Reload! Here's a healing art!
Don't eat dirt!
Far beyond the darkest sky! I call upon thee! By the power of war!
If it's in the sky, it's mine.
Too much to handle?
I'll bring you back from death's abyss.
Far beyond the darkest sky! I call upon thee!
Death's abyss.
Resuscitation! Shooting star! Far beyond the darkest sky! I call upon thee! Vanish without a trace!
Punch!
Shooting star! Explosion! Hear me!
Swallow
Flame
Dance!
of fury!
Can't be happening.
Close one!
Ready and raring!
thinking?
Far beyond the darkest skies, I call upon thee!
Glacial Spear, pierce evil!
Take care of...
Freeze Lancer!
Poodle!
If it's in the sky, it's mine! I'm all stocked up! Annihilation!
Lightning!
Hazard Storm! Double Demon Fang!
Flame! Reload! Searing Flame! Reload! Just what the doctor ordered!
Pierce through! Blazing Flame! Lunar
Far
Roar!
beyond the darkest skies, I call upon thee!
Do it! Mirage! Ignite!
Far beyond the darkest skies, I force
Inferno
field!
Punch! Big Blast!
Far beyond the darkest skies,
Sword Rain
I
Alpha!
call upon thee!
Blue away! Crush!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Radiant Fire!
Now I'm in the groove!
Eagle of Lunar Corruption! By the power of water!
Swallow Blade!
By the power of flame!
Jump!
Vanish without a trace! Close one!
All good things
Far
come to an
beyond
end.
the darkest skies!
Here,
I
let me
call
help.
upon thee!
Rising Phoenix!
Shooting Star! By the power of
Let's
flame!
go! Lunar Rondo!
into the fray!
Rising Phoenix!
Searing Flame! Reload!
Eater! Burn!
Hear me! Shooting Star!
Sword Rain Alpha! Blow away!
Far beyond the darkest skies!
Away!
I call upon thee! Far beyond the darkest skies! I call upon thee!
Sonic Thrust!
Searing Flame! Reload! Far beyond the darkest skies! I call upon thee! Finish with
Present
the
Flash!
Shooting Star! Far beyond the darkest
To be
skies!
let free!
I call upon thee! Lunar Corruption!
Hazard Storm! Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang!
Annihilate!
Rising Hurricane! I'm not
Here,
done!
let me help!
Inspiration!
Far beyond the darkest skies! I call upon thee!
I've let you all down.
Sonic Thrust!
By the power of flame!
Try harder!
Shooting Star!
I'll bring you back from
Here I come!
Far beyond the darkest skies! I call upon
Rain
thee!
Blast! Crush! Eater!
Shooting Star! Far beyond the darkest skies!
Demon
I
Fang!
call upon thee!
Swallow Blade! Sword Rain Alpha!
Shooting Star!
Double Demon Fang! Here!
Far beyond the darkest skies! I call upon thee!
I'll smash you!
Lunar Corruption! By the blood from far beyond the darkest skies! I
In a
say!
bind?
Back into the fray! Think again!
Inspiration!
Radiant
I can do this all day.
Hit! Do it!
Totally! In an instant! Impact Cross! Surrender! Fighting is useless now!
Do you think it's really over?
Astral energy. Watch out! They've got something up their sleeve!
What? It's self-destructed?
Alphen!
I'm okay. Just a little roughed up.
You had me worried there.
Who said you could touch that?
Damn it! He's awake!
I should have thought as much.
So you know this place?
Naturally, it was built for me, after all. We'll save that for another time. More pressing is how I'm going to tear you apart.
Even after all this time, you still insist on hating me?
You cut me down, Sovereign or not, you will pay for that.
You're obviously bluffing. You can't even move right now.
Really, is that what you think? Did you really think that such a petty device could hold me?
Are you going to claim it's because you're a ruler? Be it sovereigns or lords. In the end, they're all titles given by someone else.
Plus, what kind of ruler would spend all his time chasing Alf, who happens to be another sovereign?
Idle prattle. I proved my worth and the Sovereign's powers were granted to me.
Were they really? We already know the title of Sovereign doesn't denote royalty. It is but an overblown codename for those with a designated part to play in these proceedings. You mentioned before that you were not the only one stolen from Dana, correct?
Yeah. There were countless. And every one of them besides me died.
All of those failed experiments, and they still kept going back to Dana. There must have been some vital reason their subject had to specifically be a Danan. Then there were the records we found in the library, for you and Volron. They were logged 300 years apart, and yet the data they took from you was exactly the same. Which leads us to a single conclusion.
Then you mean Boron was kidnapped just like Alphen? But then he became a
slave from Dana. Just like us. Isn't that right, Volron?
So he posed as a Renin and caused all that suffering to his own people?
How could you? If you knew the pain of being a slave, why would you inflict that upon others?
Renin and Danan are meaningless distinctions. Me and everyone else. That is all that matters. I will stand above all others and take what is rightfully mine, starting with this.
A red woman?
Another one?
Give your master back on Renna this message. No one makes a fool of me. Let them know I'll make them suffer.
Don't do it!
Serenus Alva!
Too late! You can't stay here!
We need to go! Alphen!
Go. But know I will be your shadow no matter where you try to run.
Let's go.
Never forget, I am the one who devours everything. Who answers to neither spirit nor man. My word is law. I am...
you two okay?
Yeah. We'll be fine.
Is Volron... Have we finally seen the last of him?
We can but hope.
Those red women. What the heck was their deal?
Could they be the ones behind all this? The same ones who put those soldiers and Faria in a trance?
What? Those brainless things? Either way, they've done a runner with the Renaissance. Damn it, that's the second time now!
Whatever's stolen from us, we'll steal it back. The future's ours to protect. And right now, those things are what's standing in our way. We can head them off at Rena.
Did you say Rena?
Volron mentioned a master of theirs holed up in the motherland somewhere.
If that monstrous form's their true identity, I shudder to think who they take orders from.
Yeah. There's a good chance it's not human. That's for sure.
So this thing over on Rena, that's what's really behind all this, huh?
They have the Renaissance in their grasp already, so it's unlikely they'll have cause to return to Dana. I agree that Rena's our best shot.
Then we're agreed. Let's head back to the starship.
But seriously, I was not expecting Volron to actually be here.
He seemed to care not one whit about Brennans or Danans.
Yeah, not in a good way like with us.
I didn't see that coming about Volron. As for those red women, to think they were monsters all along.
Tell me about it. One minute they look perfectly human. Next thing you know, they're not actually human at all.
They definitely weren't Renan or Danan. I'm not even sure language would get through to them.
So what were they then? Human Zoogle hybrids?
It is the most terrifying thing anyone said all day.
How about you, Shion? Dohalim? You ever seen anything like that before?
No, never. However, if they're the same as the Red Woman we've seen with Volron, I think it's safe for us to assume they understand our language at the very least.
I had just so much I wanted to ask them. About Rena, and Shion's thorns.
Unfortunately, they blew themselves up before we got the chance. Why would they do such a thing, though? To take us with them? Or in order to keep something hidden?
Both sound plausible to my ears. They took off with the Renaissance too, remember?
Yeah, they did. And the next time we meet them, we're going to make sure they tell us everything they know.
show you any mercy! Bring him down!
In here! I'll be
We'll
ready to
finish you
finish
here!
this. Carry you to trial!
Eternal devastation! Locked and loaded! Dragon Form!
One more!
Leave the ensnaring to me.
Yeah! Every fear! You're mine! Finish you here! No today!
A whirl and a struggle. Here, let me help.
Try harder! My turn! Release in a bind! You're mine!
I'm on a roll now!
Roach's Fury!
I'll be saving this.
An astral art?
That's my cue. Healing circle.
Shut him down.
Coming through! Ha! Mount! Scarlet Inferno!
Lunar Gradient. I'm all set. Do it.
Kisara!
Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Dance in the wind.
Now!
Radiant here.
Mission!
Radiant here.
Here I come!
Magic
It's
is
over!
there.
Now in the group! Dragon Form!
Seal.
The flame inside me yearns to be let free! Dragon Form!
A whirling struggle.
Fury!
Winds of heaven. First force.
What's this? Plasma Shot!
Seal. More for the sun.
You're finished! Blazing Blade! Dragon Form! Plasma Shot!
Lunar corruption.
Blazing Down! Off my throat! Orochi's Fury! Terran Hurricane! Plasma Shot! Follow me! In an instant! Impact Block!
That took more energy than I expected.
What the? When did it get pitch dark all of a sudden?
The lights are all out. Think it has something to do with the explosion back in the Forbidden Zone?
Joe?
You two.
Faria, Avakir. Thank goodness you're safe.
Avakir filled me in about everything. About how I ambushed you all.
She doesn't remember a thing. So she really was being controlled.
He told me about Tarnigan, too. Is it true?
What difference does it make? What's done is done.
Stop casting me off, just for once!
Faria, not now. It can wait. Dohalim, Lenegus is in grave peril.
So I can see.
It's the city's core reactor. It's damaged. Some of the basic systems we've managed to keep online, but complete restoration's still a way off.
You're an elite technician, though. You can fix it, right?
If so, then what's the problem?
Panic's begun to set in among the citizens. Until now, whenever something like this happened, the Sovereign would issue a decree. But this time, not so much as a peep. Any longer, and we run the risk of riots breaking out before we can get things back up and running.
Forget the Sovereign. I doubt you'll be hearing from him anytime soon.
What's that supposed to mean? Do you know something I don't?
Suffice it to say, the Sovereign isn't the kind of ruler we thought he was. That is, if he ever even existed, which is looking doubtful at this stage.
Are you out of your mind? Why, if people knew that a lord such as yourself was whispering such blasphemy, they'd...
There's no time to explain now. It sounds like we need to find a way to keep Lenegis from spiraling out of control.
We need to stop that riot.
But how do we do that?
Riots feed on discontent and unrest, right? So if we want to keep the peace, we just need to put people's minds at ease.
At ease? Like by letting them hear directly from someone they trust. That's it. Who's the highest-ranking person in Lenegis right now?
Lenegis wouldn't have a next in line. After all, you said the Sovereign rules over everyone directly, right?
Correct. The closest thing to an authority figure would be a lord. And the only one left is... Ah. Very well then. Avakir, you mentioned a few facilities were still online. Which ones?
Why hasn't the Sovereign said anything?
Please, won't somebody explain what's going on?
Is it over? What's going to happen to all of us?
Heed me now, fellow Renans of Lenegis. It is I, Lord Dohalim Ilkaris of Eldaman and Sia.
Look, up there! It's Lord Dohalim!
Hold on! He should be in the crown contest! Shouldn't he? Why isn't the Sovereign talking to us?
The Sovereign is seeing to other matters right now. In my capacity as Lord, I speak to you in his stead. You're afraid. As people so often are when faced with the unknown. I hope you'll allow me to put your fears to rest. The city's core reactor has experienced a malfunction. However, we have our top engineers attending to the matter, and things will soon be back to normal. I know that you feel abandoned, perhaps more scared and alone than ever before. But I ask you all to keep one thing in mind. You are Lenegis, not the lords and sovereign. The solidarity of its citizens is the mortar that holds it together. If we don't allow ourselves to be distracted by our differences, if we put our hearts and minds together and stand as one, I am confident we will find new hope. I would be honored to stand with you. Not as a person of loftier rank, but as another human being among many. I hope that you'll lend me your strength, for if we can persevere as one, I know a bright tomorrow awaits.
Your speech seems to have done the trick. Looks like the city won't be descending into chaos after all.
I only pray the relief will tide the city over for the time being.
What you said earlier, about the Sovereign possibly not even existing, was it true?
It's still too premature to say with any certainty, but I believe so. This whole time, this world we've been fed was a lie. Built on nothing but falsehoods.
But it can't all have been...
I can believe it. After everything I saw in the Forbidden Zone, what they did to Faria, it's the only explanation that makes sense.
But what about hierarchy, Avakir? Authority? The very foundations of Renan society? How can we live without someone to guide us?
I'd say we found someone capable of doing just that, wouldn't you?
You? You can't be serious.
I have business I must take care of first. But once everything is over, I shall return. But not as your sovereign, nor as a leader the likes of which the people here are used to, I think.
But how else do you propose to rule?
I'm not sure yet. All I have is a feeling that here in Lenegis, a new dawn is on the verge of breaking. One in which people won't be judged by birthright or on the power of their astral arts, but on other things. More important things. Things like, oh, I don't know, musical talent, for example.
When I bumped into you after all those years, I said you were no different. But I was wrong. Truth is, you were always different. I feel like maybe now I can finally begin to accept turn against death. To see a future.
You go finish whatever it is you've got to do. I'll hold down the fort here in Lenegis till you get back.
Thank you.
I guess you're not going to make it to Menancia for the foreseeable future, huh?
Indeed. Forgive me.
The people of Elda Menancia can look after themselves just fine. It's the ones here on Lenegis who need someone to guide them. Besides, with you leading the people here, it'll help spread the idea of coexistence beyond Menancia's borders that much faster.
Sounds like you're in it for the long haul.
How could I not be, after the second chance that I've been granted? From this day forth, I shall dedicate myself to the future inhabitants of this world. Though the memories of the departed shall remain forever in my heart.
Remember, you're going to be leading the people here, not ruling them.
True enough. Whatever would I do without you, Kisara?
With or without her, I suspect you're gonna have your hands full when the time comes. We should be heading back to the ship. Business on Rena awaits. Looks like the people of Lenegis can rest easy.
I couldn't have done it without your words of encouragement, Law.
Hey, you're the one who made the speech.
I think everybody can share the credit here.
In one sense, when all is said and done, perhaps I have been a slave this whole time too.
You, a Renan Lord? How do you figure that exactly?
I was complicit in the Renan system, bound by its values, resigned to being swept along, without the resolve to take a stand. And when I realized the severity of my mistake, all I longed for was punishment. A lord. And yet my first instinct was to place my fate in the hands of others.
I think I can relate. I couldn't stand watching my people bow and scrape their way through life, but I didn't know what else I could do about it either. The ability to think for yourself and be your own master. That's what separates a slave from a free person. At least, that's what Law's dad Zephyr used to say. Zephyr taught me how to fight. But in doing so, he also taught me how to live.
Even if it means stumbling along the way. If it's on a road of our own choosing, free of regret. Why, that's the road of freedom. Or, to put it another way, so long as his heart is compromised, even the loftiest of kings is no freer than a slave. I think I finally understand now. This Zephyr character sounds like he was a wise man indeed. I only wish I could have met him.
There's just so much I wish I could ask him, especially now. I wonder, have I been correctly carrying on the torch that he passed to me?
How long have you known?
Known what?
About the darkness I carry inside me. You seem to have been aware of it for quite some time now.
Why ask me now? What does it matter? But yes, I have. I've pretty much known that something was gnawing at you ever since we left Menancia.
So basically since the very start of our journey then. Just when I thought I couldn't feel more ashamed.
Leave the past where it belongs. We have no need for it now. You're forging ahead. That's what matters. If my brother could see you, he'd be proud.
Not as proud as he would be of his sister, I'm sure.
Well then, just as well it's not a competition, huh?
Kisara? Anyone at home in there?
Sorry. Did I look distracted?
Among other things. To be entirely honest, I couldn't tell whether you were smiling or frowning.
You were thinking about Dohalim, weren't you?
That obvious, huh? I was just thinking how good it is to see him moving forward at last. It was always so infuriating, knowing how capable he could be if he just put his mind to it. A prisoner trapped in a cage of his own self-doubt. But now, he's finally beginning to spread his wings. I'm happy for him.
So, then why do you look so sad?
Oh, I don't know if I'd say sad. There's a bittersweetness to it, I guess. It's good and strange, knowing that he won't be needing me anymore. It probably sounds weird, doesn't it? I have this massive worry off my mind. I should be jumping up and down for joy, right?
Must be that maternal instinct of yours at work.
Rinwell's right. You're like a mother bird, finally letting go as her child takes his first shaking and nervous flight from the nest.
A pretty big child.
That's one way to look at it. I wouldn't like to see Dohalim's face if he heard you say that. All this has made me realize I can't allow myself to become a prisoner of my own making like he was. If Dohalim can forge his own path ahead, then I can too. I won't be left behind. Thanks for waiting. Eat as much as you like.
thought we'd find answers on Lenegis, but we just ended up finding more questions.
You can say that again. And now we have more problems to fix, too. Like figuring out how to reform Lenegis.
That can wait for now. We've got more than enough on our plates to deal with as it is. Like figuring out who's really running the show on Rena.
Yeah. Which is why we're going to the Renan homeworld.
All the answers we've been looking for are on that planet. The person responsible for all this. The Red Woman and the Renaissance. The answers have to be there. Are we prepared to finally find them?
So, what do we do first when we get there?
We know nothing about the Renan homeworld or what we might face once we arrive. We should get a feel for how things are on the ground before we take any serious steps.
It's also entirely possible that the first thing we're going to face is an attack.
If we come across a capital, we should... What? Damn! The hell just happened?
Our course has been altered. The coordinates are pointing to a different destination.
What's that?
The ship's controls aren't accepting my commands. The engine is being shut down.
That's bad, right?
Quite bad. We've lost control of the ship.
Is all of this the Red Women's doing?
Are they trying to finish us off before we can land?
Everyone! Look there!
A flower blooming out of Rena?
But that flower looks like it's absorbing all of Dana's energy.
And it appears Lenegis is serving as a conduit for that energy to reach here. Could that have been its true purpose all along?
If that's true, do you think the people back on Lenegis are all right?
We can only pray that they are.
Damn it! Haven't they taken enough already? When is this going to end?
The Flower of Oblivion.
With everything that's happening, we need to get back to Lenegis. Is the ship still offline?
Unfortunately, yes. Even more so than when it lay dormant.
Can you fix it?
Starships are extremely complex machines. One wrong move while we're out here in space could very well cost us our lives.
So what? We're just stuck inside here, floating around? For how long?
I don't believe this. We've made it all this way, and now we're stuck here? We're watching Dana die before our eyes, and we have no choice but to sit here and starve to death?
Law, calm down! You're not the only one who's worried here.
Right. Sorry.
It's still too early to give up. There has to be a way to get out of this.
Alphen.
Now what?
The starship, it's back online?
No, this is different. Something is pulling our ship in towards it.
We managed to get moving, but where are we?
It looks like Lenegis in here.
Do you think we might run into more Renans here? Or those red women?
Perhaps. Someone brought us here. The question is, who?
We haven't been ambushed, so that probably means they aren't hostile. Still, why would anyone want to bring us here?
Hey, Shion!
If they wanted to attack us, they could have done so while we were back on the starship. We should see where this path takes us.
Ah, Shion, just in the nick of time. Here, lend me a hand while I...
No!
What the... Oh, right. The thorns. My bad.
No, I'm the one who should apologize. I overreacted.
Again, Law? Can't you even go a minute without putting your foot in your mouth?
Seriously, it's fine. I'd rather that than people feeling like they're walking on eggshells around me. Besides, I'm the one who should be vigilant about not touching you guys, not the other way around.
Actually, I've been meaning to ask. Not being able to touch people, does it ever get lonely sometimes?
I guess I never really thought about it in those terms. It was either accept it for what it was, or come undone. Before long, it was just part of my everyday reality. I think I even forgot there was another way to live. Which isn't to say I didn't feel alone. I did. Always.
So numb to your reality, you couldn't even recognize it as loneliness? I don't know how you managed.
It's fine. I know I'm not alone anymore.
But I can't even touch you. No way of lending you a shoulder when you're down? Even Alphen.
I appreciate the concern. Until I get rid of these thorns, I guess I'll have to put up with it just a little longer. But not forever. Alphen promised me that. Maybe it'll be soon, maybe it won't be. But either way, the day will come. And I'll be ready when it does.
Yeah, just hang in there. One day, we'll share a big warm hug. You'll see. I promise.
Boo!
Ah! What the? Are you out of your mind? This isn't the time for games, Rinwell!
Oh, come on. How am I supposed to resist with you looking all jittery like that?
It's called experiencing feelings appropriate to the situation. You ought to try it sometime.
Yeah, but seeing you act all nervous, you're making me start to feel nervous too.
Oh, sorry.
Staying alert is important, but too much caution can cloud your judgment. Try to strike a balance.